at the point 1. Okay, now they say, so now I know this exact gradient at this point already. It's just 1. They say, can you now find the equation of this tangent line? They want the equation. Means the straight line. So you want to find y equals to mx plus c. So you have the gradient already. You need the coordinate to sub in. So I know this point is 2, but I don't know what's the y. Can find or not? You sub in here? Yeah. So you sub this into your original y, not the dy dx. So y would be 2 times 2.
Wait, the gradient is 1, right?
Yeah.
Even though y equals mx plus c, so find the value.
So you use this point because this is the point that lies on the line. So I already know that this point x coordinate is 2, but I don't know the y coordinate. So I'm finding now.
Oh, so it's up x equal to...
Yes, into the equation. So it ends off with 5. So this point Q is 2, 5. I just need to make use of this point and this gradient to find equation. So remember, we always do this y2 minus y1 equals to gradient x2 minus x1. So
you say m is 1 or what do you do that?
m is 1, I put 1 1.
So what are you finding now?
Equation of straight line, y equals to mx plus c. So this is the equation. So if you don't like to use this formula to find equation, you can just sub in and find c first. Then you sub into the final equation. So this is the answer. This is the equation of the tangent line. This one you remember when we want to find equation of straight line, we use this formula. The big Y. This one? This one. To find the Y coordinate, I sub in the X here, then I can know what's the Y. Yeah, correct. I use the original equation. Yeah. Yes. So today go for your D&T, your FCE, NFS, Art. So remember, the moment you step down from your CCA, then it's all math already. I don't give priority to what? Your project. Because they say after April, don't know when. When are you stepping down? Very soon, right? Okay, so after 11 then you'll be math already. Then you better do your coursework soon. Do as much as you can. So work 100. Oh, okay. So we'll see how. But anyway, you're not in the compulsory group, right? Yeah. I mean, you're not in the compulsory AEP group. Yeah. So you just see where you can make it. Oops. Okay, next one. This one. This is the equation of the curve. Play. Let's say this is my curve. The equation is y. Listen. Find the coordinates of the point on the curve at which the tangent, let's say this is the point. They say the tangent has a gradient of minus 7/2. So can you all tell me what will you do? Differentiate first. So before that, let's change it to a form that is easy to differentiate. So dy dx, bring the power down. Okay, so you end off with dy dx being this. I don't know what's the value of x to sub in, but they tell me the gradient is minus 7/2. So what should I do? Equate this with minus 7/2. Okay, then bring over. Because they tell me the gradient is minus 7 over 2. So I don't know what's the value of x to sub in. But I know after I sub in, it will give me minus 7 over 2. Okay, so let me try to solve this. Make this equivalent first. Or you want to cross multiply also can. So actually this is x squared is 4. So x is 2 or negative 2. So in fact, there are 2 points on the curve that will give the same gradient. So maybe the curve looks like that. Then it touches 2 points. Okay, so maybe the curve looks like this and it touches at 2 points. One here, one here. So x at 2, x at minus 2. Okay, because we don't know how the curve actually looks like. But in this case, there are 2 points where the gradient gives you negative 7 over 2 according to the equation. They say, can you then find the coordinates of the points? So x is not enough. I need to also find the y. So sub this into the original one. So sub x as 2. You get 3. So 1 point is this. Sub x as minus 2. So you get minus 5 plus 2, so minus 3. So this is your other point. Okay, so this is your answer for part 1. So it's nothing very scary. It's the same concept, just that you need to work with differentiation, your dy dx. It's like really coordinate geometry. Yes. Yep. Yep. Yes. So instead of bringing down the power, minus 1 to the power, you add 1 to the power, divide by the new power. You do opposite. Instead of multiply, you divide. No. It's just the opposite of what you are doing. As long as you remember the opposite, then it's not difficult. Usually they ask you to differentiate, right? Then in part B, they ask you to integrate back. Because there will be one unknown that you need to solve. Yeah. Okay, so anyway, they want to know what is the equation of the normal at x equals to 3. So let's say at this point, this is x equals to 3. This is the gradient line. But they don't want gradient, they want the normal line. So first thing first, what I need to do is I will need to have the gradient of the blue line. I need this line first. So how to find that? Wait, before we find normal, how to find the gradient of the blue line first? Dy dx, but you sub in x as 3. So just now your dy dx value is here, right? You sub in x as 3. So minus 10 over 3 square minus 1. So you get minus what? 19. Minus 19 over 9. Okay, so this is the gradient of the tangent line, the blue one. Okay, gradient of the tangent line. So I want gradient of the normal line. So you remember, you do negative reciprocal, make it negative, reverse the sign, then flip the fraction. Your gradient of normal is this. So this one is 1 mark, this one is 1 mark alone. Then finding equation, finding y-intercept 1 mark, finding equation 1 mark, 4 marks for one part. So make sure you can do. So even if you do it wrongly, the error carries forward. As long as your method is correct, you still get the mark. Easily. So you see this one, dy dx, you solve for the x, the coordinate 7. This question is 7 marks. Okay? So I want to find the equation of the green line. I know the gradient is this. I need to have one point on the line. But I only know that point is 3 something. So how to find that something? Sub into which one? Normal equation. Sub x equals to 3 into your y. So you get 1/3. Okay, so knowing the point, knowing the gradient, you can then now find equation of normal line. How Ming? How like that? Your file is still empty, right? Who can save you? You tell me. Okay, so y minus the coordinate y, x minus the coordinate x, followed by your gradient. So final answer is this, plus 1/3. So you will realize very often the equation number wouldn't be very nice. What should the value be? Minus what?
Minus 62.
64 over?
62.
Over?
57.
Okay, so this is the equation. So sometimes when a number doesn't look very friendly, don't be scared. Wow, a lot of P&P I like.
Please get none again. Yeah.
A lot of P&P.
Why can you get none again? No, rub none again. Why you take it?
Okay, those who's done, can you do question 1 now? Test yourself, see whether you can find the answer or not. Do question 1. Question 1, please. What? Yeah, can go. Trying? Read through the question and try how to do question 1. Product rule. whoever wants to test you differentiation together with your Sec 3 topic, then they can test you like that. But it's rare. Okay, it's rare. Usually they test you like one inequality on its own. Okay, but they can do this if they want to. Okay, so I hope you have flashback of Sec 3's work when you see this. And flashback or not? Okay, this one is easy. Nature of roots. No need to go and think about equation or dy dx or what. How do you show that this is a tangent to the curve? How do you show that this is a tangent? No need. Too complicated. If this is a nature of roots question, how will you deal with it? X equals to 0. Tangent means discriminant equals to 0. So all you have to do is to sub one equation into the other first. So let's say my x is minus 4 minus 2y. I sub this into this equation. So y squared is 4 times x. So I end off with this equation. Okay, and then it's a plus 4. So in this case, actually, if I can straight away solve already. Okay, but they just want me to show, right? So no need to solve. Show that the discriminant is equals to 0. So b squared minus 4ac. Okay, then you will get discriminant 0 shown. Yeah. That one is solving. You got one solution only. Also can. Yeah, can. Also can. Okay. So question 3. If you see in this chapter, you can solve for by dy dx, but no need to work so hard. Okay. Just that you can just use your nature of roots and show it. So homework. 4 to 8. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But if you want to work harder, you see there's another PMP, right? Then you can continue doing those.
Just spin away, put all online.
No. I have a bad feeling today. No. No. Fine. Okay. Shh. Stop it. Beyond, you are everything to them. Oh my god, I almost forgot that somebody is very far away. Where are you going? I need to show Mr. Score how far you are. I don't know what to say. Okay. Anyway, this is the curve, for example. Okay, this is the curve y equals to x squared minus kx minus 2. And the normal to the curve at the point 1 minus 4. So let's say this is 1 minus 4. Okay, this is the normal line. Normal is perpendicular to it, right? This is your tangent line. Okay, so I just clarify tangent, normal. Okay, and they say that this normal is parallel to another line. Let's say this one is parallel to another line, and it has equation this, for example. Okay, clearly my drawing is wrong because this should be an upward graph. Okay, but anyway, I'm just sketching it. So let's say this is how it looks like. So now they say, can you find the value of k? So all this information they flood you, it may not be applicable to part A. You just have to read and see which is the info that is essential to solve for the unknown k. So first thing first, k belongs to the original curve, and you are given a point on the curve. So what do you think you will do? What do you think you will do?
Differentiate x equals 1 sub y plus
No need to differentiate. Just sub this point
then what's the part of it?
because it may be for the other part. So it's not all the info they give you must use for part 1. Not like that. Don't use all your weapon at once. You don't need to differentiate yet. Okay, so you sub it into this. So this is minus 4, 1. So you get minus this. So it's 3. So K you will get the value 3. Okay, that's part 1. Solve for the unknown. Okay, now they say, can you find the coordinates of the point where this normal meets the curve again? So in order for you to find that, you probably need to find the equation of this line first. Then you can see whether it intersects, okay, the curve at another point or not. So go and find the equation of normal. So question say find equation of normal first. Although they don't tell you directly. So I need my dy dx for sure. So dy dx, I bring down my power, subtract power by 1. Okay, I bring down my power. This is a minus 3, right? K is 3. So this one K change to 3. Okay, then bring the power down, subtract power by 1, and that's it. So this is my dy dx. And to find the gradient, I sub in the point x equals to 1. So this will...
You can just find the gradient without doing this.
How?
The other parallel line, right? So the equation is already there.
Oh yeah, actually I can also. Yeah, actually I can also. So this gradient is 1. But differently.
Right, but even if you differentiate it...
But I get minus 1 here leh.
Huh? Why you get minus 1?
Is the equation wrong?
No, you sub in minus 1 then you invert it. Right?
No, this is equation of tangent leh. Oh yeah, correct, you're right. Oh, so actually right, yeah, what Leon say is correct. I don't even need to dy dx. Can even simplify matters more because this line and this line being parallel, the gradient of the normal line is just 1. Same gradient. Right, so I don't even need to go and negative reciprocal this and get to the answer. So this is even faster. Okay, once I get this, I also have a point on the line. Then I can get my equation. So y minus y is gradient x minus x. So you will get equation as x minus 1 plus 4 minus 5, is it? So this is the equation of the normal line. Okay, which you don't even need this. Then why is this question in this topic? Actually, they don't need to put here, right? Not even necessary. Yeah lah, you can use lah, but just that you can actually totally do away with that. So if I'm then, I don't even give you this. Then you can straight away find that or using what you need. Okay? But anyway, I want to eventually find the coordinates of the point where the normal meets the curve again. So this equation, I want to sub into the curve and see where they meet again. So sub 1 into 2. So you will get x minus 5. So you get minus 4x plus 3. So, okay, one here, the other one here. This one we don't want already, reject. This is the one they give you. You just have to go and find the y. So this is 3 minus 5, so minus 2. So the other point is 3 minus 2. Okay, this is the other point where the line meets the curve. So in fact, this whole question can do without the dy dx. Unless I go and delete this off, then you are forced to go through this. Okay? Okay, what? Doable, what? This question, right? Why you all say impossible? Okay, your HBL homework is your E-Math paper 1 2023. We do 2024 already, right? So do 2023. Paper 1. One paper only. Okay, let's look at 5. Yeah? Because they already give me this point. This one. So I don't need this already. I need to find the other point. So this is the other point. You sit here lah, you sit beside him, then you can ask him, right? You sit here, your tea is hotter. Yeah, you try. No, every time I want to message Hao Ming, the display pic always scares me. So am I messaging the correct person? It's always a lady. Like that, how to get girlfriend? You everyday. Okay, yeah, yes. Not yet. I will do all the marking this weekend. It has been a crazy week. Trust yourself. Okay, question 5. I have a curve. Don't know how it looks like. Okay, let's say this is the curve. Okay, I will always try to represent it in a way that is easy to differentiate. And then they say x is positive and it has a tangent. So let's say the tangent line is here. Okay, it has a tangent that has this equation y equals to 3x minus 2 at this point 1, 1. So if you draw a diagram, maybe you can visualize it a bit better. Then they say, can you then find the unknown? So first thing you can do is, of course, you can do dy dx. So let's differentiate this. Bring this down, you get p, the x disappear. Bring this down, you get minus q, then it's x minus 2. So they tell you that the gradient of this line, this is my gradient of tangent. Okay. Okay, the gradient of my tangent line is 3 at this point 1, 1. So indirectly they are telling you if you sub x as 1, you are going to get the gradient 3. So we do that. So indirectly you know p minus q is equals to 3. This is equation 1. You have 2 unknowns, so you should suspect a simultaneous equation. How to form the second equation? Sub this point into y. Because it falls on the curve, it definitely satisfies it. So let's sub that in. So indirectly we have p plus q equals to 1. Let's call this equation 2. So using these 2 equations, you can solve simultaneous equation. Add the 2 equations up. Chipeng not here. Oh, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. So add them up. You get 2p equals to 4. P is 2. Once you know p is 2, then q is just minus 1. Done. Sub in. Okay? So the concept is very similar to coordinate geometry. There's nothing different. Just that we need to do dy dx to get gradient. You don't want to what?
You want to know?
Tomorrow already HBL, you all not happy? Oh, you got sore throat.
One bro.
But ever since COVID, like forever got sore throat one. My voice used to last forever. Oh, you never drink water? Okay, dy dx for this expression use what rule? Quotient. So bottom up can. Bottoms up. So keep this up. Differentiate this next. So it's just 2. Minus keeping the numerator. Multiply by the differentiation of denominator, which is minus 1. Ayo. Then you square the denominator. So if you simplify it nicely, okay, this one become plus 1. So plus 2x minus 1. Because this one times this is plus ma. Okay, so finally you only get this very nice expression, neat and tidy. Okay, with that they say, can you find the equation of the normal at the point where the curve cuts the x-axis? Cuts x-axis means what? So you know your y coordinate is 0, you just don't know what's your x coordinate. So go and find that point first, because the x coordinate is very important. So where do you sub this to find the x coordinate? This point lies on the curve, right? So you must sub back to the original. So sub this into the original y first. Then you don't get anything. You get an unknown expression. Yeah, so you must know where to sub in. So y is 0. You just let it be x also can. It's an unknown. So cross multiply, this whole thing is gone. 2a minus 1 is 0. So therefore a is just 0.5. So the coordinate now you know is 0.51. 0.50. Okay, so this point here on the curve is 0.50. Question say, can you find the equation of the normal line? This one. So what do you do? Negative reciprocal. But before that, go and find the dy dx value at x equals to 0.5 first. So put in 5. 0.5 squared. What do you get? 5.6. Which is? That's why you see you also don't like to press calculator, right?
Yeah.
0.8. So if the gradient of this, or we write 4 over 5, easier for you to see. So what is the gradient of the normal line? Negative 5 over 4. Or if you like, negative 1.25. Either one is okay. So with the normal gradient, with the point, you can find the equation. Afan, are you paying attention? Don't lose focus, y minus 0, gradient, x minus 0.5. So this is your equation. Okay, so it's not so difficult like what you imagine it to be. You call Mrs. Call, bro. You try that? You try, you then record. Other people record. You say, bro, then see Mrs. Call's reaction. Try. Then you try it on Miss Namira.
Okay, that one maybe can.
That one maybe can Mrs. Kong cannot. You know, last time I have this student from 4A that's always late for class, right? Then he come into my class just say, "Cher." Then he sit down, right? Then there was once he went back to Mrs. Kong's class to get a file, math file. Then he was made to knock, bow, then go back. So the whole class was laughing because he's a totally changed person in front of Mrs. Kong. Yeah. So I cannot imagine how that looks like because he was like, had to not go out, not rehearse, come back, bow, then go out. Then ever since then he said he's not taking the file anymore. Say never mind, I give you after school. So really y'all very scared Very scared of Mrs. Kong, is it? Not you Then you try bro? How mean can How mean can you bruh Mrs. Kong? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? You stop it, I sit so far how to listen. It's really too much this person. I have to give you a... This person I don't know what he wants. You come to school to sit so far. Next time you all go Poly or JC, during the lecture, please sit in the front row.
Sure, I'll be the one giving the lecture.
So you can listen better. Then you can ask the lecturer questions. I don't think he can hear me. What's the girl that he likes? What's the name?
We don't even know.
The girl that he likes? Mrs. Kong says it's called Honey or something.
It's called Mao Zedong.
Crazy say the girl you like called Mao Zedong. So you what? You 共产党? Okay. So I know the purpose of Hao Ming in the class. He make us laugh. Okay, gradient of the curve. So let's say this is the curve. So let's say this is the equation. You write down what you have. Okay, at this point, 1, 1, they say the gradient is 5. So this is the info they give you. Translate it. Okay, then they say, can you then find the values of A and B? Isn't this the same question again? Just now it's P and Q, now it's A and B. So what you can do is form two simultaneous equations. What's the first? This one lies on this line, right? This curve, right? So you just sub 1, 1. It's always the same one. They don't have creativity, right? I'm just telling you, that's why O level, you see this kind of question is repeated. Why you all be scared of Cambridge? You are the last, are you the last Cambridge batch?
Huh?
No, right? The second or the third?
What do you mean?
Because if by 2026, the first batch go and sit for like Singapore cert, right? It's all the like the SBB.
They don't like British people anymore.
No, it's just that because now we cater to SBB, different strengths for different subject, right? Okay, so this is first equation. How to get the second one?
Differentiate.
Must differentiate. So before you can do that, always change it to a form that is easy to differentiate. Xin Yu, what are you watching? Focus. Okay, so dy dx. Bring the power down.
Minus ax.
Okay, bring this power down. Okay, and then you sub in x as what? Right? Sub the x as 1, you should get gradient 5. So equate this answer to 5. Why?
Because I got recent.
Why?
Same this one.
Okay, go.
This one I from BK.
You are a student counselor, that's new. Let me check with Mrs. Call. Stop it, y'all. Okay, this one. These two equations, add them up. The A cancels off. You're okay no? Why you're all like weird one? So equals to 2. You purposely walk there to say bye-bye. Okay? So this will be the A and the B value that you find. Part B is like a totally irrelevant point, is it? Not linked one. Because it's a different equation altogether. Okay, 7b, they say I have another equation called 12y plus hx plus k equals to 0. Oh, it's the same, it is a normal to the curve. Oh, it's related, sorry. It's related, So, this is the equation of a straight line. So, we manipulate it until it looks like a straight line first. So, divide throughout by 12. So, this is the equation of the normal line. So, for example, this is the curve that we drew just now. Let's say like this. And then they say this equation of the normal to the curve at the point x equals to half. Here. So, this line has this equation. This is the normal line. So, y equals to minus h over 12k. No. X minus k over 12. So this is how the diagram is looking like. And then they say, can you find the value of h and k? So I already know what is the dy dx of this curve. So let me rewrite it, my dy dx with the a and the b value. So it's just 1 over x squared plus 4x. So this is my dy dx. Yes. Because it's the same curve. They say to the curve. This curve is the same as your original curve. And this normal line that they ask you to draw has this equation. So that's what they are trying to tell you. So what we can do is, of course, they give you the x value, right? You can sub into this and find the negative reciprocal. So if we want, let's do our dy dx. This one, right? The dy dx of the curve. If I sub in x as half, it should give me the gradient of the tangent line. This one. Okay? So I just plug in 0.5 square plus 4 times 0.5. So what is the gradient of the tangent? 1 divided by 0.5 square plus 2. Yeah, 6. So actually the gradient of the normal line, this one, would be minus 1 over 6. Negative reciprocal, right? And is equal to this. So with that, I hope you can see that h is just 2. You just do a comparison. Okay, so the moment you do that, then you can actually sub in the x as half into the original curve. What is your original curve value? Minus 1 over x plus 2x squared. This is your original curve, right? Go and sub in x as half. you get minus 1.5, huh? Okay, so this is your coordinate. So with the coordinate, you just sub into this equation. It should be able to help you solve for k. So why is this? Sub into equation of normal. So minus 3 over 2 minus 2 over 12x minus k over 12. So now you can solve it nicely. Okay, I know it's recess. Minus 17 over 12 is minus k over 12. So k is just 17. Okay, done.
Differentiation, the answer still so different.
So bottoms up and then multiply by the differentiation, which is this, minus your numerator,
Oh, you have to split them up.
then times the differentiation of the denominator, which is 1, over the whole thing square.
Quotient rule.
Okay, yeah, quotient rule. So if you go and simplify things, you will get 2x squared minus 6x minus x plus 3. Okay, so finally you get x squared minus 6x and plus 5. Okay, so question wants you to simplify. You see that fella? Okay, so suspect that you need to break it up. Okay, so if you want to do that, you need to make sure that at the top you have a x minus 3 square, which this is like x square minus 6x plus 9. Okay, but because this is okay, maybe I'll just change this. So if let's say this is a x square minus 6x plus 9, in order to get 5, you need to have a minus 4 over here. So that this thing, you never change anything, it is still the same.
I don't understand.
Okay, because you want to split this up into 2. The question is suggesting that you need to split this up into 2. So that means the original form could have been this.
How you know they want?
Because you look at the fraction, your what do you call that? Your quotient rule gives you one single fraction, but they show you that your dy dx has 2, so they need you to split them up. So if you were to combine them into 1, actually this is what you should be getting. So we need to make sure that this part here, you can force feed a x minus 3 square inside. So if we look at it carefully, actually you can change it. So this is actually x minus 3 square minus 4 over this. And if you split them up, you will get a 1 minus 4 over x minus 3 square. So this one becomes 1. So actually your k is a minus 4. Alternatively, you can choose not to use quotient rule, but use product rule instead.
Teacher, plus plus was there 1 plus.
It doesn't matter, it just means that k is minus 4 lor. So therefore k is minus 4. Okay, if you don't want to split it up, you can do product rule. It will give you 2 separate fractions. So let's say you do it this way. Also can. So dy dx, you keep the first fraction, multiply by the differentiation of this. Okay, and then you keep the second expression, multiply by the differentiation of the second. So you can also do that, and this will give you 2 different expressions. So you get 2 plus x minus x squared over this. So to combine, oh actually they also force you to combine. This one equals to 1. Cannot. Product rule doesn't help you to get to the answer as easily as quotient rule. So just do quotient rule will do. So this is for part A. Okay, part B, let's check what they want. They say RST, this one, and this one, they are intersections of the graph with the axis. PR is the normal to the curve at R. So this one, this is your normal line. Okay, and then find the equation of PR. So first of all, you need to know what is the coordinate of R, which you know that the x is 0, but you don't know what's the y. So you can sub 0y into the equation or into your curve. So let's check that. Y I don't know, but I know these are all zeros. So you should get 2/3. So this is your coordinate R. Okay, once you know coordinate R, you can find the gradient of the tangent at R. So your dy dx value, just sub in x as 0. So 1 plus so you get 5 over 9. Okay, this is your gradient of the tangent line. See, you following? How are you watching? Okay, so once you know the gradient of the tangent, you can find gradient of normal, which is negative reciprocal. Okay, so with the normal line, with the coordinate, you can find the equation of the normal line. So y minus 2/3 gradient x minus 0. So your equation is just this. This is your equation of normal line. PSR and PPR. Okay, so this one. Okay, last one. Just wants you to find the ratio of the area of triangle. The blue one, okay, is to the area of the triangle of the black one. So these are triangles with common height. To compare the ratio, you just have to compare the ratio of their base. So you need to know what is all the x coordinate of S, P, and T. So how to find the x coordinate of S and T? You use the curve to help you. Okay, so in order to find that, you need to equate the curve to 0 because these are your x-intercepts. X-intercept, we sub y as 0. So this one sub as 0, then you go and solve. So cross this, multiply this, no more. So x is just 2 or minus 1. So this is at minus 1. This is at 2. I also need to know what is my P. So this is the equation of the normal line, which we found to be this. But I also want to find the x-intercept. So I will sub y as 0. Okay, so when you sub y as 0, okay, you can solve for this. So x is just 10 over 27. I think so, 10, yeah. So this line here is 10 over 27. So in order to find the ratio of the area of their triangle, you just need to know what is the base. Ratio of the base. So this length is to this length. So how to find that? How to find this length? So let's say this is PSR This is TPR. Ratio of their triangle, ratio of area of triangle PSR over area of triangle TPR is just the ratio of their base. So SP over PT. Can you tell me what is this length? Because these are triangles with common height, remember? If you have two triangles with common height, H half times base times height. Okay, the other one is half times base times height. These two cancels off. So the ratio of their area is just the ratio of their base. So I just need to know what is this length, which is tan 2 over 7 minus the negative 1. Then you know what's the distance. Then the other one is just 2 minus this. Okay, so if you add them up, this is 37 over 27. This is 44 over 27. So you will get 37 over 44. So the ratio is 37 is to 44. Okay? The other PMP, I never asked you all to do, right? So, how many shall we do? We speed? Fine. You press or I press? Are you sure? You think he's lucky today?
Yes.
Okay, wait, this one might not work though. Just now this morning I tried, it doesn't load. Then we need, oh, have. Yeah, one press only, one press and that's it. He will determine your weekend homework. Okay. Where is he? Where did he go? Oh, and oh, how? No. Your friend. Okay, then we average the result. Oh, your friend is your fate. Life give you lemon, you make. Thank you, Afan. I'm so happy. You are the best. You deserve a Model Chankatia award. Okay, thank you everybody. Do on foolscap paper.
So do you make all 51% and the rest like?
Well, it's your bet. Your bet is on Afan. Okay, anyway. Next, we want to show that a function is always increasing. Yesterday, we conclude that if you want to show that a function is increasing, you must show that dy dx is always positive. So first thing first, let's go and find dy dx. So bring the power down, subtract power by 1. Great, awesome, very cool. Cool forehead. Oh, that's a net. Okay, so once you differentiate, you get 2x, right? Don't forget that the info that they give you here always serves a purpose. So they say for all the x greater than 0, you realize that if you multiply by 2 throughout, it will still be positive, and this is essentially your dy dx. So since dy dx is greater than 0, you know that the gradient is always positive. It's always changing in a positive way. Therefore, y is increasing. Okay, so that's how you show that something is increasing. Okay, next, you want to show decreasing is the same thing. Just dy dx again. Bring the power down. Subtract power by 1. Multiply by the differentiation of this. So you get this. Okay, and I'm not sure if you still remember, any bracket square is always positive, right? So, what you can, or anyway, they give you this. So you can write for x greater than 0, x plus 1 is greater than 1, x plus 1 square is greater than 1. Okay, which is positive, clearly. Okay, so since you know that in a fraction, the denominator is positive, if you divide a negative number with a positive 1, what will happen? It will become negative. So we have indirectly proven that dy dx is negative. So conclude y is decreasing since dy dx is negative. Okay? So whenever they give you a range here, make use of it. Easy, right? Increasing, decreasing is just like that. Go and differentiate and use the range to help you establish that it's always positive. Oh, maxima and minima is stapled behind note 3. I didn't see that. Okay, okay. Yep. What? Yeah, for the next PMP. You want to redeem yourself? But it's okay, that time you scored 0 what? So it's a balance. You have your wins and your losses. All wins. Life doesn't work this way. Okay, all good. Increasing, decreasing function is a very, very small segment. Yeah. So what if what if I ask you to show? What if I ask you to show that y prime is increasing? What if? Then you go and differentiate your y prime one more time. So you need to show that y double prime is positive. O-level sometimes ask this. So it just means whatever your y expression is, okay, you find y prime already, right? Let's say you know y prime is this. First differentiation. Then you go and differentiate one more time and prove to me that it's always positive. Then you can say that y prime is increasing. So it's always one level beyond it. So if I ask you to show that y is increasing, you differentiate one time. If I ask you to show that y prime is increasing, then you differentiate 2 times and show me that it's positive. That's all. Okay, so O-level sometimes do that. Yeah. Yes, to show that y prime is increasing. If you are always one differentiation greater than it. Because you are supposed to show that the gradient of this is increasing. So you need to differentiate one more time. The first differentiation of it. That means let's say now my expression changed to this. This is y prime. This is my y prime, right? So now they want you to show that this thing is actually increasing. So you need to go and differentiate this one more time and show me that it's always positive. Okay. So this is when you see this kind of question in O-level, you know how to apply. Showing all the homework now, right? I will mark this weekend and help you fill up something in your file lah, huh? Yes. Yeah. Your previous PMP. Although I did everything, For some of you,
I'm exhausted.
every day you're exhausted. And now you call me man. Just now I tell Mrs. Four, you call me bruh.
Why? Why? Sorry.
Imran, are you okay? You know last time my students tell me got different version of Xia, Xiol. Don't know, they say got present tense, past tense, past participle, don't know what. Do you all know that?
Yes.
You all also know ah? Okay. Please, it's just a stapler. Okay. This one, to show that y is increasing, just show me that dy dx is always positive. To show that this is to show that this is decreasing, so just remember these two things. This is what we have done in the two earlier example. Okay, there's a typo there, change it. Okay, now we are moving on to 13.3, rates of change. So yesterday I told you, when they talk about rate, it's just always with respect to time. You are always changing the variable with respect to time. So for example, they tell you the radius of the circle change in this function. Okay? And then they say, can you then find the rate of change of radius? Yes. Rate of change.
Wait, you write dy dx or
dr dt. So the variable change a rate of change of radius with time. Okay, all these are with respect to time. So if you are differentiating r with respect to t, then you bring down the power 2, subtract power by 1, constant is gone. So this is all you need for part A. So they make it sound like, wow, what are they talking about? But it's just differentiating. Then part B, calculate the rate of change of r, which is your dr dt, when t is at 2. So they just ask you to plug in t equals to 2. So it sounds like a lot of things, but it's just substitution. Yes. So you just get 4. And then the units follow what you have here. Radius is in cm per unit time, so per seconds. So how you know the units, they will tell you one. Should put. Because if not overall, the whole paper, they will minus some marks here and there.
So you're gonna go to Auschwitz, right?
That's bad.
Okay. I did nothing, My class very amazing.
It's the boys are very interesting. Don't know why. You either touch each other, hit each other, or disturb each other. Okay, Ani never do anything. Just like Hao Ming never do anything. Literally.
I learned the new Chinese word, it sounds so nice.
Oh, really? Okay. But it's 大, you know what's 大便 no? Yeah.
I love beyond
He say he got radioactive substance inside. I think this we consider that. Okay, anyway, this is V. They say, can you calculate? Can you find the initial volume of water? What does it mean? Initial. When T is 0. When you never even started for the volume of water in the tank to change at all. So you will get 3 liters per second. No, just liters, sorry, not rate, right? So 3 liters at the start.
You start at the beginning, you say.
Yeah, beginning, start, initial.
But start is like when you start something.
It's like start at the initial point.
But shut up.
At the beginning, at the start, initial, all the same thing. Okay, next I want to find the rate at which the volume of the water is increasing. So they are telling you that dV dt will end up with a positive answer because it is increasing. So your value should be positive. So first we go and find dV dt. Change this to a form that is easy to differentiate. So the 5 will be gone. Bring down the power to multiply. Subtract the power by 1. Multiply by the differentiation of the expression inside, which just happens to be 1. So this is your dV dt. And then sub in t as 3. So you will get, yeah, and because it's volume per time, you write liter per second. So just follow the instruction. Everything is differentiation, but they tell you a story. So make sure you know what the story is telling you. What? Hey, don't spoil the... Now I know why my son's watch always spoil. That's what you all do in school. If not, the socks just keeps getting baggier and baggier. Don't know why. Okay, this one, next one. I have a length of an elastic string that changes with time. Okay, so they say, can you find the value of t when the length is increasing at a rate? So when they say this, they are saying that dl dt, the length is increasing at a rate of 5 mm per second. This is what they are telling you, is increasing. And when they say the length is decreasing, they are telling you that dl dt is negative 4 mm per second. So how do we solve the question? First, we go to this expression and we differentiate first. So bring down the power, multiply. So the 3 and the 3 cancels out. Subtract power by 2. Bring down the power, multiply. Subtract power by 1, so no more. So this is your dl dt. Yeah, so first I want to solve for this. So t square is 9. T is plus minus square root 9, which is 3 or negative 3. We cannot turn back time, so we reject the negative 3 seconds. Answer should be t equals to 3. Okay, part B is the same thing, just that now we equate it to minus 4. And then you get 0. So t is just 0 seconds. At the initial part, the rate is minus 4 mm per second. You look like genie. The Aladdin genie. Oh no, the Aladdin genie got one small friend, right?
The monkey, Abu monkey.
The Abu, yeah, it's called Abu, is it?
Yeah. Apa?
very clever friend.
Genius.
Okay, example 4. The radius changes at a rate given by the equation as shown. So what is the initial radius?
So R equals 0.
Sub I equals to 0.
Nobody asking that.
Hey,
Tell your vibration.
don't fight, ah. So it's 5 cm. So this is the initial radius of the balloon. Okay, the initial radius. Okay, and then over time, oh, hi Chipper, all the best.
Oh my god! Where's your chair?
Hi, Chiba.
There's a lot of homework. He spin all PMP questions.
17 questions.
But if you get very good, then you can do later. What do you say?
They say you look very sexy.
Oh my god, you just shocked that uncle who walked past. Very disturbed by the students in the class. Okay, what is the rate of change of R with respect to time? So they ask you to find what? dr dt. Easy, right?
No.
So easy that you cannot believe it, right? Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yo, I don't know. Bring down the power. Yeah, how to? Why you all playing? Okay, but they say a bit of laugh is good for learning. A bit, a bit, not excessive.
It's not even funny anymore. It's just
Okay, don't laugh. Not funny already. Okay, so find dr dt, and they say sub in t as 3. So we can get the rate of change. So you get what? 2 over, or 1 over 8 again. But this time round, you know it's decreasing. Because it's negative, so it's decreasing. The radius is actually decreasing over time. That means that whole thing, okay, actually loses air.
bow and arrow.
So it becomes smaller and smaller over time.
Funny.
Oh, we are almost finished with the rates of change only. Because too easy, you go so fast. Okay, the interesting part will be at the connected rates of change. Yeah, that's the exciting part. Yes.
If you and Mrs. Scott ever fight, who do you think will win a physical fight?
Physical fight, Mrs. Paul lah. I will run. I will just run.
What if in a mental fight?
Mental,
Yeah.
I think Mrs. Call will win.
What about
She just need to. Then I'll be like, okay, it's okay. Let's not fight. What's the point of fighting, right?
I'll make you fight. I'll tell Mrs. Scott that you call us stupid.
She do POA, then I do math lah, then can.
Mrs. Scott.
Why? You mocking your teacher?
What?
Why you like that, like that?
Because I want to go home.
What's the link?
Isha, I'm going to tell Mrs. Scott that you call her dumb and you cannot do anything. And I'm going to tell you what she Mrs. Scott does.
It's recorded.
Oh, I know. Online. No.
Or you can choose to keep silent.
Yeah.
Anything you say will be brought to the court. Okay? Yeah.
I know my rights.
What?
You guys bestie so hard in teaching class.
You teach the same. Oh yeah, we are the same. 3B also same, you know. She's like my third FT. Because she teaches the whole class POA. So I say I see your class more, you see my class more. Same. Okay, let's move on. The volume of a cone of height H. Okay, it's given by pi h cubed over 12. So this is what they tell us. They say if the height increases at a constant rate of 0.2 cm per second and the initial height is 2, Can you find an equation that links H with T?
Yes.
Initial is always there, right? That means it doesn't change with time. And then every unit of time is going to increase by 0.2 seconds. 0.2 cm. So this is actually the equation of H.
How you know?
Because initially, even when time is 0, you will have 2 cm. And every second, it increases by 0.2 cm. So this is the relationship given to you by this statement. Yes, for part A. So they say, can you come up with an equation for H? This is the equation that you can find. What are you doing? You wear your spectacles like that. You look like the Tweety Bird grandma. Okay, so this is A's answer. What is V? They say, can you write V in terms of T? That means they want you to link up these two.
So we have to do this.
How to link this up? No, not yet. Sub. You basically just sub H as 2 plus 0.2 T. So let's do a substitution. So this is the equation. And then once you find the equation, they say, can you then find the rate of change of V with time? So dV dt. Okay, so first thing first, don't be scared. Pi over 12 is just a number. You can just choose not to do anything about it and just shift it to one side. The constant will not affect anything. Okay, so now we differentiate. Bring the 3 down to multiply. Okay, and then we subtract the power by 1. And then we multiply by the differentiation of whatever you have inside, which is just 0.2. So this is your dV dt. Okay, but they said, did they tell you the time where it happens? It didn't. So this is the answer they want. That's all. If only Mrs. Call can see through my eyes. I open my classroom and ask her to come in.
No.
Then I will see a better side of yours, is it?
Yeah.
Normal side of yours. Or abnormal. Because this is normal, right? Or this is your abnormal self.
No, this is our math.
This is just our math cells.
Not so impressive, but okay.
Who's clapping that?
I don't know, it's like, don't know.
Robert is set.
Okay, let's move on. First of all, they say find dy dx. Can you all just very quickly differentiate this? Very quickly. Go and differentiate this by product rule, please. Quickly. Afan, differentiate this.
Extra force, half that one power.
So, which one you want to keep first?
Keep it minus A. Yeah, then differentiate.
Okay, when you differentiate this, what do you get?
Half x minus 4, negative half power.
Negative half, then multiply by 1. Okay, then plus. Can. Then we keep this one now. Multiply by just 1. Okay, enough. So this one, this is what you get. This is what you get. Okay, but they want you to combine into one fraction, which means you need to introduce a denominator here. So So before you can, oh, in fact the 2 also, so that you can combine them into 1.
Not KFC or Burger King.
Okay, so the top, what?
KFC or Burger King.
KFC.
KFC or McDonald's.
This is difficult. KFC.
KFC or Pizza Hut.
KFC.
KFC or Jollibee?
KFC.
Jollibee very nice.
KFC or Jollibee.
Jollibee.
Jollibee or Wingstop.
Jollibee or Popeyes.
The manis is nice.
No. Just ranch.
KFC. He said KFC or
I said Jollibee or Wingstop.
Jollibee.
Jollibee or Popeyes.
Jollibee. Eh, but Popeyes is good. What? Okay, Popeyes I change.
Jollibee or your own food.
Jollibee. Okay, stop it. What? Jollibee. Why leh?
Jollibee very nice. But like it's a stereotype now.
Oh no, only the what's the stereotype? Only the tenders are good. I thought.
It's all Chinese like Jollibee.
Is it?
Yeah, all yellows like Jollibee.
Why?
All yellows.
I don't know what you're hearing. Okay.
Are you yellow?
Oh, I'm yellow.
I'm Chinese.
I think I'm light brown. Okay. Anyway, this one. Why?
You are yellow.
Okay, these two.
How big is this, guys?
I'm certified yellow though.
So let's continue this part. Expand. X plus 2x, so 3x minus 8 plus 8. Oh, only left this. So if we compare this, right, with this, let me bring this down. Okay, let me bring this down. What should K be?
3.
No.
What?
Yes, 3 over 2.
That's what I said.
So therefore, K is 3 over 2.
I didn't where the X go all them.
So be careful, work so hard already, don't lose marks for nothing. Okay, next one.
So there's a bunch of random.
What did I do?
There's a bunch of random
Matrices or probability?
Oh, matrices.
Yeah, matrices.
Matrices or set notation?
Set notation. Set notation or Alpha? Set notation.
Set notation or Jollibee?
Jollibee!
Okay. Okay, let's read the question. Okay, enough. Find the rate of change of y. This is what you want to find, You want to find dy dt. Okay, listen. At the instant where x is equals to 5, so this is what you will sub in. And they tell you that dx dt is 2 units per second. So they give you dx dt is 2 units per second. So they want you to link up the information that you have. You have dy dx. You want to find dy dt and you have dx dt. So what do you think you can relate using these three? Can you set up an equation? What times what? dy dx times what? dx dt equals to dy dt because of what you are remaining with. Okay, but don't go and physically cancel it because that's not what we do. Okay, so dx dt I know is 2. dy dt I don't know what it is, but I can find what is dy dx at x equals to 5. Because they want it to be at the instant x equals to 5. So I can do a substitution of this answer at x equals to 5. Okay, so your final answer would be 15 divided by 2 times 3. So it's just 5. You press calculator lah, I never use calculator. So it's just 5 units per second.
What you want?
Okay, so this is how you connect y and x with a third variable t. They must share one variable in common. Just like volume, area will link to radius. Sorry? The dx what? They gave you. Dx dt is 2.
I'm not gay.
Ah, they gave you in the question. Okay, shh. Stop telling us.
He's saying everything. He even says single word.
No, because so many of you like him, he needs to declare it in case.
No, nobody I was joking. You know what he said to me first? He said, hey man, I love you. And then he said, I'm joking.
As a friend lah, as a friend lah.
I think he meant it.
Okay, I don't want to know,
I love affection.
Do you hear that? See, he love Ani in an affectionate way. Oh my god. Do I need to report this?
But it's no proof. Wait, let's record it.
I'm tearing. I cannot believe this. Okay, never mind. That's why I always tell my husband, right? We need to keep an open mind. Because children these days, they are a bit different. So you must, why you laugh? Then my husband cannot, like, how to? Then I was like, yeah, but we need to, embrace differences. Okay, because people are different these days and there are more exposure. Then you have classmates liking each other affectionately.
At least coming out like another classmate.
Okay.
I really demand my dad.
Okay. Okay, shh. Let's move on. I only have 4 examples left, which I doubt. 11:40, right?
No.
11:35.
11:40, right?
25, John.
25.
John really.
We have reached a point that there is no trust. Okay?
11:40.
This guy getting his.
11:40.
What?
And I have Aisha and Rasha like. Okay, shh. Move on. It's too late. Over already. April Fool. What's that?
I still remember the time we were supposed to be released earlier, but then we didn't know released earlier, so we were like, how come we're supposed to go down?
No, rarely earlier. It's always later. Oh, I let you all go off earlier.
No, everyone else was being released earlier.
Oh yeah. One of the day, right? Then we see the other classes all still around. Some early dismissal, I remember. Okay, never mind. Okay, shh. The radius of a circle increases at the rate of 3 cm per second. So dr dt.
What if we write the wrong letter?
The wrong one?
What if we wrote dt over dr?
Cannot, then wrong. Okay, find the increase of the area. They are talking about dA dt. So they want you to find dA dt when the radius is 5 cm. So given that r is 5. So we need to link up first. First thing first, we all know what is the area of circle, right? What is it? Okay, so this is...
What 2 by r?
2 pi r square each.
What formula is that? You do anyhow cannot. Pi r square. So this is area of circle. So we can find dA dr. Differentiate A with respect to R. So let's bring down the power. Subtract power by 1. So it becomes, this is after you differentiate. Okay? So I know dA dr. I know dr dt. Can I find dA dt?
Just like regular.
What times what?
dr dt times dA dr.
Ah, correct. So we know that this one will overlap. So dA dr, I can find the actual value by substituting r as 5. So it's actually a 10 pi. So I sub in as 10 pi. dr dt is 3. So the final answer is 30 pi. You leave your answer in terms of pi. So it's cm square per second. Yes. Okay, then next one. They say given that the area is 4 pi, can you also find dA dt? So now this is part A. Part B also wants us to find dA dt, but now they don't give us radius. They give us the area. Then how? Sub into which one? This one, right? So I sub in 4 pi to my pi r square. So r is just 2 or negative 2. This one you reject because radius cannot be negative. So in order to find this answer, I need to find dA dr by substituting r as 2. dr dt is still 3. So that will give me a 4 pi, which is a 12 pi cm square per second. Okay? Ah, no, not okay.
This one, can I go to the 4 pi?
This one sub in r as 2.
But isn't that dt?
This is dA dr.
Yeah, but oh shit. Rolls off.
You go toilet, don't touch. Go.
Much.
Yeah, I quite enjoy my time here. But maybe not so much of affection between students will be good. Okay, will be good.
Gonna make me cry.
Yeah, just now the moment I go back, the first thing I show Mrs. Paul is, hey, you know where is Hao Ming just now? Then I show her a photo. I was like, what is he doing? I say, he's just joining another class. Then she always end off with the sentence, I don't see this in class, you know. I was like, okay.
You are forced to stay out.
Yeah.
I also want to see the good side, you know. Can you show me some good side?
That's very boring.
I'm gonna just like.
Okay. Yeah, all go bonkers already. But not 4 period, what? Today is 1 plus 2. Yeah, 3 only. What's 3? We have done 4, 5, 6. Fine. Okay, water is being poured into an inverted cone of radius 6, height 10 at a rate of 3 cm cube per second. Sometimes the unit gives you a hint of what it is. So they are telling you dV dt is 3 cm cube per second. Okay. Next, they say, can you show that the volume of the water in the cone at any point in time is this? Okay. So volume of cone is 1/3 pi r square h, right? So if we plug in at any point in time, what is the radius of the cone? We need to set up a ratio. So if we relate the radius of any surface of the water, right, it will be r/6 must equal to x over 10. Similar triangle, remember? One small triangle compare with the big one. Because they are similar triangles, the ratio of the corresponding sides are always equal. So by using this, right, actually we can replace radius with 6x over 10, which is 3x over 5. So this one we are going to substitute a different value, which is 3x over 5 squared. And what is the height of any volume of liquid? We take it to be x, right? So instead of h, we change it to x. So using this, let's simplify what we have. So you will end off with a 3 pi x cubed over 25. So shown. This is what they ask you to show, right? So we have shown them that the volume of any amount of liquid in the cone will always be given by this. Need to go toilet. Oh, you all a lot of pee, huh?
Why is it 25?
Because you square the 5.
Oh, I thought it was 3.
Okay, you square everything in the bracket. Okay, now they say, can you find the rate of change of x when the radius of the water is 3? So question wants you to solve for dx dt. So I have dv dt. I want to find dx dt, and I'm given this expression. So what do you think I need to do to relate these three? What do you think I need to do? dx over dr, no dr. This one can find what? dv d what? No. This expression only got what? X. So you can only differentiate this with respect to x. So let's do our usual differentiation. Bring down the 3, become 9. Subtract power by 1. Okay, so this is your dv dx. And then they tell you x is just 3 cm, right? Oh, no. We want... no. Yeah, wrong. X is not 3. Height is 3. So how to find your radius? But correct what? Our x. Oh no, they give us radius, right? So radius is 3. How to find x? X is 5. So you sub in x as 5. Then you get 9 pi. Okay, you get 9 pi. Volume is cm cube per cm. Funny. No need to write unit then. Okay, so this is dv dx. I have dv dt. How do I relate these three together now?
Equal to dx over dv.
What times what?
Dx over dv times dv over dt.
Dx over dt times dv over dx. Then it will give you dv over dt. Very good, huh? One lesson, do 3 homework. Wonderful. Every day you do like that, I get A star. His hand paralyzed already.
You said no.
Huh?
You said no.
Yeah, he always aim for 0, right? First time in my life got student like that. Okay, so dx dt is what you want to find. Okay, dv dx is 9 pi. dv dt is 3. So how to find dx dt? Just 3 divided by 9 pi. Yep. dx over dt? You reverse cannot. Unless you make x the subject of formula, then you differentiate in terms of v, then you can do that. So if not, from this expression, it must be dv dx.
After this question, can we just
You just came back from the toilet and you got the cheek to ask.
I'm very tired.
Who isn't? Who isn't? So this is the answer. Only left 4 minutes, right? The bell will always ring 2 minutes earlier. Don't know why. What's wrong with the bell?
It finishes.
Oh, we are almost finishing. I think we are catching up with the other class. I'm so proud of us.
So I think we always meant to be at the back.
Actually 4 and 5. 5 is a crazy question, but we can still do it next week, not this week. It will kill y'all. Let's just unpack example 4. We don't need to solve it, but we just unpack for you. So we can spin the PMP. It's your chance to redeem yourself. You want Ane to spin this time? Or a girl to balance things out?
Okay.
Okay, wait. We finish this one first. Okay, later. So, how to pronounce this? A trowel, a do, trowel? Okay, has the shape of a prism. The cross section is a right angle triangle. So, like this. Okay, and with a height of 18. Okay, so they are referring to the big one, the whole thing. Okay, and the open top, that means the top is non-existent, it's open top. It's horizontal and rectangular in shape. BC is 20, BE is 25. Then they fill it up with water. So at t seconds after filling starts, the depth of the water is x. So that means they only fill up until this point. Okay, and if we were to shade it, okay, let me just shade it out until here only. So this is the amount of water inside the prism. Okay, then they say PQ indicating the level that has been reached. Oh, this is Q lah. Okay, given that the water is flowing inside at a rate of 50 cm3 per second. So this is dV dt. Look at the units to give you a hint what they are giving you. Huh? He just show you a curve.
No.
Okay, how to find this equation? How to find volume of prism? So before that, let's link this first. X over 18 is equals to L over 20. So you need to have this relationship first. So this length is 20x over 18, which you can change it to 10x over 9. So the moment you have this, you can find volume already. Volume of this triangle, which is half times base times height. Ayo, what are they doing? Okay, and then multiply by this horizontal length, which is 25. Then you should be able to show this. So I leave it to you to do this one. So let's not spin the PMP. I think you have enough to do. Right. Okay, anyway, the cross section is a right angle triangle. Okay. Are you okay? Are you stressed? Do you need counseling? Okay, ready. Okay, the height is 18 cm as what is written here. The top is open, so it's non-existent. Okay, and then BCDE is a horizontal rectangle. BC is, where's my BC? BC is 20 cm and BE is 25. So all written there already. Okay, and then they say the container is being filled with water. So all these, okay, will be the water that filled the container. Okay, up to this point only. Okay, and then they say that after t seconds, the depth of the water is x. So as what they have drawn there. Given that the water is flowing into the container at a rate of this. So this is dV dt is 50 cm cube per second. So this is what the question gave you. They say, can you now find the volume of the water? So water means I need the formula of prism. Can you all still remember what's the volume of prism formula?
Surface area
Square meter.
Base area
square over 4.
times height.
This is the same.
dV is the volume, then dt is the ratio.
Yes, if you have the whole thing is the rate of water flowing into the container. Okay, so the base area in this case, ayo, why this one keep appearing?
Wow, what are you doing?
Instead of monkey,
I don't know, like got somebody trying to control my iPad.
Just me. Sorry.
It's a monster chair.
Okay, base area is this right angle triangle. But in order to find it, I need to use ratio of similar triangle. So let's say this is x over 18. Okay, it should be equals to, maybe this is h. I don't know what's the length. Over 20. Similar triangle. Let me redraw it for you. Drink water? Can. Or refill. Okay, so use the ratio to help you set up the equation. So in this case, I know that h is actually 20x over 18, which is maybe 10x over 9.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to find h with respect to x because we can't have too many variables. Okay, why you need that is because the base area that we are trying to find here is the area of triangle.
We have already seen email before.
Yes, so half, yes, it's tested in WA2. Half times base times the height, which I don't write height, I will write 10x over 9 because I don't want to have so many variables. And the height of the liquid is this one, which is 25. So this will help you find volume of the water, not just prism, volume of the water in the prism. So if you calculate, let's see, this will give you 125x squared over 9. Okay, which is what they ask you to show. So you can write shown. Okay, last, in the question they say, can you find the rate at which the x is increasing? So when you see the word rate and the variable, you know they are asking you to find dx dt. And they are subtly telling you that it is a positive value because they say it's increasing. Okay, so with that, we already have v. Can we differentiate this expression?
Yeah.
Okay, to get what? I only have two variables.
250.
dv what?
250.
dv d what? dv d x, because you only have variable x. So you want to differentiate with respect to x first. So bring down the power 2, bring down to multiply. So you get 250 and then subtract the power by 1. So this is your dv dx and they tell you x is 8. So let's sub in x as 8. So what's the answer? We have to bring a calculator. Is everybody involved in speech day today?
I'm involved.
So until 6
I am involved.
Okay, let's not write the unit because it's not clear. Okay, so this is dv dx. I have dv dt also. I have dv dx, and question wants me to find dx dt. How do I link these three up? So what times what equals what?
dx over dt times.
Remember, the variable must be connected. dv over dx multiply by dx over dt. Left what?
dv over dt.
Yes. So notice that this is like subtly cancel off, but in your working, don't show the cancellation because it's not cancelling. Just that we know that the third variable is cancelled off. Okay, so dv dx I know is this. Write it in. dx dt I don't know what it is. I leave it blank. dv dt is 50. So just treat it like a variable that you need to solve, an unknown. So your answer is just this.
This one what's the number? 250 over 9 times 8
250 over 9 times 8. Yeah, why?
equals to what?
2000 over 9.
So this is over
2000. I expand for you.
That's supposed to be glasses.
Zoom in, zoom in.
That's supposed to be glasses.
Yeah, it's a subtle hint that you should wear glasses. Okay? So this is connected rates of change. It will involve a third variable.
So the next is integration, right?
Not yet, not yet. We are not there yet. Next is where we move on to maximum and minimum point. Then is, yeah. Huh? Integration is just reverse.
Yeah.
I give you the differentiated form. I ask you to integrate and go backward. Differentiation, yes. Until note 3. Is it note 3 or note 2? Maybe note 2. I will confirm whether they are going to include note 3 or not. 3 go not. We won't go until there, I think. After integration, there is kinematics, there is plane geometry. That's prelims already, yeah. Yes. So not a lot of time left, people. Prelims, test on everything, yes. Okay, ready? Yes. Can. Okay, the last example involves a lot more stories or connections. So let's see, they put 4 star there for a reason. But if it's like crazy, then never mind. O-level don't test until like that, okay? But we just challenge ourselves a bit.
How do you know?
We haven't seen such complex questions though.
How do you know you're going to apply for this year?
Yeah, how do you know?
Okay, then let's just do it. Make sure you understand it, okay? Yes. PMP? And series? Yeah. If they cross out, means it's taken out of syllabus already. Yeah, like modulus, like nature of roots, or not nature of roots, sum and product of roots, all taken out. The alpha, beta one, all not tested. Okay, last question before we close this segment. Okay, I have a water dispenser in the shape of a cylinder. Radius is 10. Filled with water to the brim. They say filled with water. So this whole thing, yeah lah, but when they say filled with water means it's filled up completely like that. Okay, then the water is dispensed at a steady rate, meaning it's going out of the big container going into the cone. So this cone is going to be filled up at a steady rate, okay, into an inverted cone of height 8 cm and base radius 4. So exactly what they have written there already. So they say after t seconds, the depth of the water in the conical cup is x cm. Can you show that the volume of the water in the cup is this? So this is what we need to show. First thing first is volume of cone. So what volume of cone is 1/3 pi r square h. So this is the formula that we have learned. But you see in this formula is filled with x. Means they don't want to see h. They don't want to see radius in another variable. So you need to tap on your similar triangles again. Okay, so first thing first, let's call this r. So r over 4 is the same as x over the whole thing 8. So r is essentially just x divided by 2. Okay, so if we plug it in, the volume of the water in the cone is 1/3 pi. My r is x over 2. And then the height of the liquid is just x. So if you piece everything together, you will get pi x cubed over 12 shown. So this is what they want you to show. Yes, because in the equation that they ask you to show, there's no r there. So they want you to get rid of r totally. They didn't ask?
They said
Show that the volume of the water is this. So they are giving you a hint that there shouldn't be two variables and everything should be in terms of x. Okay, one more time. They want me to find the volume of the water in the cone, that little bit of small cone. So this is the volume that they want you to find, and I know the volume of water, or rather volume of cone, is 1/3 pi r square h.
So do you get a mark for doing this?
So this is r, sorry?
Do you get a mark for doing this?
Yes. So this is your x, they told you. Okay? And then they give you the bigger dimension. They say this is 4. And then the whole thing is 8. So what we want is your volume. They want you to prove it as an expression in x. There's no r anywhere. So you know you need to change your r to an expression involving x. So we do similar triangle. Base over base is height over height. So this way when I cross over, can you see that I get an expression in x? My r is actually x over 2. You remember similar triangle when you have two triangles that are similar? You compare the ratio. So if this is r, this is 4, this is x, this is 8, we are just comparing the ratio. So this one. Okay, so the rest is just substituting it accordingly. This is x, this is x over 2. Okay, and then if you expand it properly, you will get this that you want. Okay, this is part 1, or rather the first part to the question. Next, they say the depth of the water in the cylinder. Remember, water is coming out. So they say the depth of the water in the cylinder is decreasing by 0.0025 cm per second. So let's call this dH dt. If we label the height of the cylinder to be h, then they are saying that the height is decreasing. So negative value are minus 0.0025. They say is decreasing at a rate of 0.0025. So water is coming out. That's number 1. They say, can you then find the rate of change of volume of water in the conical cup in terms of pi? They want you to find dV dx. Okay, so they want you to make a co-relationship. So how? How? I know what is V. Can I find dv dx? Can, right? dv dx is 3 pi x squared over 12. Okay? So I already know this. This is what they want me to find. But I want my answer in terms of pi. Means they need me to find out what is the x value that I need to sub in. Which I don't know. You bring down the power tree where you differentiate. Okay, so now I'm just lacking of one step. I need to find the value of x to sub in. And the only info they give me is this one. Then how? How? How do you know it's 2? Where got 3 times 4? Why? So imagine the height of the water is decreasing at 0.0025 cm per second. But how many seconds has passed? T seconds. So they say when it's T seconds, then this height of the water decrease. Okay, wait, we don't have a height at all. Ayo, then like that how? I need to sub in a x value. Do I know the x? My radius is... I also don't have. Wait, must have something to do with the depth. If the depth of the water in the cylinder decreases by this per second, my volume is this. So what is the volume of the cylinder that I've lost in this part? Pi r square h, right? Per second. So in t second, by right should be 0.002 t lah. Right? No, this is the depth of water. Wait, we are missing something. Water going out. So in t seconds, yeah, missing one information here, yeah. My radius is 10. My height is reducing. So whatever t there is. So if I want to solve, but I still have a t that is unknown there leh. Wait ah. Hence find. They never tell me how many seconds, then how I find. T seconds, the depth of the water is x. So at t seconds, I don't know how many seconds is that. Okay, so let's say Okay, wait just this statement alone, let's try to understand what the question is saying. Just this sentence alone Okay, it says after t second, the depth of water in the cone is x. So meaning at t seconds, the volume of water in the cone we have found already, it is this. which is also equal to the volume of the water we have lost at that point. So which is pi r square. I just don't know what is the height. I don't know what is that height that I've lost, but the volume should be the same. Okay, because at this height, not the full height though. Okay, this is not the full height. This is just this part. Let's say this is h. Okay, so what is the difference? Is this will help me find out what is h. So 100h is x cubed over 12. So h is essentially this, right? Okay. But what did they tell me? They tell me that my height changes at a rate of 0.0025 cm per second. So this is the height that was at this point. So will that help me find out what I want? This is in t seconds, right? So this is the same as 0.002 t. So I end up having t, then how? But I need x though. There is a t that is unknown to me leh. Unless I can use No. Unless at this point, they don't need us to sub in the x value. That means this is my answer already. Okay, let's make the assumption assuming that at this point, they don't need us to go and sub in yet. We just keep the answer as this first. But my understanding is we should have an x value to sub in. Okay, let's move on to the next part, see whether it leads us to the answer or not. Hence, find at the instance where the volume is 2/3 pi. Then this one I can find x already. So when the volume is 2/3 pi, then can you then find the height, the depth of the liquid in the conical hub? Then this one I can. Okay, this one I erase first. That means just now we think too much. The question didn't ask us to sub in the x yet. Okay, so for instance, this one, volume of the cone of the water.
Is there this one in the yearbook?
Of course there is. Okay, so this one is equals to this. Then we can go and solve for the x. So cancel the pi. X cubed is 2/3 times 12. So it gives me 8. So x is just 2 cm. Then using this, I can go and plug in here and find this. If we can use the result first. But by right, if they phrase it this way, right, I shouldn't be using this part for the front part. So the phrasing, the order is not right lah. Okay, so this one, if we want, we can sub in now. This is 2. Then this will be a pi. It happens at the instant where x is equals to 2. The height is equals to 2. Okay, then now they say, can you find the rate of the increase in your depth of the liquid, which is dx dt. So question wants you to find dx dt. You have dv dx times dx dt. Oh no, dt cannot. dv dx times dx dt equals to dv dt. Okay, so dv dx I know already is just pi, right? dx dt I don't know. dv dt is the rate at which the volume changes. Okay, let's see. Can we get that? This is dx dt. The depth of the water changes. Okay, so dv dt of the cylinder we have or not? Don't have. Then we need to find lah. Okay, so cylinder, this is for cone, so we need to differentiate it a bit. I'm given dH dt is this. Okay, I can find dV dH because volume of cylinder is pi r square h, and I know radius is 10, and height I just let it be h. I don't know what it is. So in this case is 100 pi h. Okay, so dV dH is just a very neat 100 pi. So in order to find what is dV dt, I need to use dV dH times dH dt to find dV dt. So dV dH I know is this, I put it in. dH dt is this. Okay, I sub in. So dV dt for the cylinder, it's minus what? Okay, because this question involves a lot of variable, that's why it's a bit confusing. And then this sentence here, they sequence it wrongly. They should tell you that the volume is this first, then hence find this. Okay, but they reverse the order, so that's why the phrasing is wrong to begin with. Okay, but anyway, let's just zoom into the cylinder first. Why cylinder? Because you need to get the volume right. So assuming that this is the H, okay, or whatever volume that you are losing at that point in time, let's say this is the H, this is radius is 10. So to find volume of cylinder, we use pi r square h. So this one is okay, right? It's just volume of cylinder. So when you do dV dH, you get 100 pi. You sub in, you realize that the volume of water leaving the container is going out, right? Into the cone is this rate. Okay? That's why it's negative, because this is the rate of volume of water that is leaving the container. But it's going into your cone, right? So this volume that is going into your cone is telling you that this dV dt is positive 0.25 pi. Because this amount that was leaving is actually entering your cone at the same rate, but it's positive. One is leaving, this is leaving, and this is entering. So instead of substituting negative value, you add in positive, because otherwise you will end off a negative answer, which is not right. Okay, so final answer. Final answer, dx dt, you just have to use this, divide by the pi. So the height is just changing at 0.25 cm per second. That's all. Okay, so the only thing is this. We want to find dV dx. We have, right? We found here already. But our final unknown is to find dx dt, but we can find dV dt only if we find the cylinder one. So that this question they put 4 star because it relies on another container. But actually their rate is the same. So can you see that this rate of volume leaving the cylinder is going into the cone. So you are using the same value, but one negative, one positive. Okay? So that is the answer that we want. Yeah. Okay, one more time. My lesson ends at 10:30, right? Gosh. Okay, one more time. Okay, let's continue from this one. No. Okay, so this is 4. Ayo. This R, this X, and this is 18. 8. Okay, let's start off from this part. Okay, volume we have already proven. Radius we have already proven. So all these we have found. So we know that R is x over 2. Volume of the water here, K is 1/3 pi R square H. So this is what we have gotten. This one no problem, right? So this is the volume of cone. So to find dV dx, we basically just have to differentiate. So bring the power 3 down. Subtract power by 1. So we are left with pi x squared over 4. So this is my dV dx. But question says that the volume of the water is 2/3 pi. So I just have to equate this part to 2/3 pi to find what is the value of x. So pi x cubed 12, 2 pi 3, you cancel off 2/3 times the 12. So you get 8. So if you take a cube root, x is 2 cm. So I can just find my rate easily by substituting this as 2. So it's actually pi cm cube per cm. Okay, but this one we don't write the rate cm. Okay, so dV dx is pi. Okay, but next thing is question wants me to find dx dt. But to find this, I need to set up an equation to relate, right? So I have dV dx. It has to multiply by dx dt. Okay, in order to cancel off, and it's related to dV dt. But I can't find dV dt unless I link to the cylinder. So let me link back to the cylinder. Okay, so this is the original volume I have. This is 10 and this is H. So this question tells me that the height is changing, or rather is decreasing at 0.0025 cm per second. So that's what they are telling me. And I can find volume of the cylinder by doing pi r square h. So pi r square h. So that gives me 100 pi h. So they gave me this. I can find dV dH by differentiating this. So bring the power down, subtract power by 1. I get dV dH to be 100 pi. So these two can help me find dV dt. Okay, somehow these two cancels off. So I plug in, this is 100 pi, this is minus 0.0025. Okay, I sub in, and this gives me a very nice cm cube per second. But we need to remember, whatever volume that is leaving the container, this is the volume that is going out, right? It will be going into the cone at the same rate. So this rate and this rate is the same. So it's the same rate, just that this is decreasing. Okay, because this is exiting the container, but this is increasing because this is entering the cone. So they are the same rate, one going out, one going in. So this one I plug in to be 0.25 pi. I sub this in. Okay, this one I don't know what's the value. Okay, but I know dV dx is just, I found it just now, right? Where is it? This one, pi. Okay, so to find dx dt, just have to use 0.25 pi divided by pi. So 0.25 cm per second. That's the answer. Okay, so it's complex in a way that to find this, you need to link it back to your cylinder. Otherwise, you cannot relate that. So this part alone is 3 marks. Being able to relate to this and substituting here is 3 marks. Okay, but the whole question takes much more than that. Maybe 7 to 9 marks. Okay? Okay, there's one last part. They say the area of the horizontal surface of the water in the cone cup. So this one, this area is a circle. So it's pi what square? Pi r square. Okay, so this is the area. So if we look at it, we don't like r, right? We like everything to be changed to x over something. So this is the area formula. This is the surface area of the cone. This one. The horizontal surface only. The cone, whatever curved surface area, I'm not interested in. So this is the area. They say, can you find the rate of increase of the horizontal surface? So they want you to find dA dt. But from here, you can only find dA dx. So let's differentiate this. Bring this down. Subtract power by 1. So you get this. But all this happen at the instant where x is 2, right? So you plug it in. Is also pi. Okay, it's also pi. So, in order to find your answer, okay, let's substitute dA dx in, which is pi. Dx dt, we have found it in part 1. So the answer is just 0.25 pi cm square per second. So this is part 1's answer. Okay, so I hope you can understand why this question is 4 star. Yeah, but this is the complexity of the problem. Okay, I don't. Okay, this one and the big one, this whole piece. So they say PQ and MN, they are arcs of concentric circles. Concentric meaning they share the same center. Okay, so for instance, PQ is this one, this arc, and then MN is this arc, and they both share the same center O. So that's why we call it concentric circle. Just like you start from the same middle point, all these are called concentric circles. Okay, next they say OP is 2R, MP is R, and the perimeter of the sector OMN. So OMN is this big piece. They say it's 90. So what we need to do to help ourselves is use perimeter formula. Perimeter is 3R plus 3R plus this one, which is R theta. Right? But in this case, my R is 3R, so it's 3R theta. So if I add the 3 parts up, what I know that this is equals to 90 cm. This is what the question gives me. So 6R plus 3R theta. Okay, to find theta, you need to use 90 minus 6R divided by 3R. Okay, but the question wants me to find area of the shaded region, which is this portion only. So I need to use area of big sector minus area of small sector. So area of shaded region is sector area, the big one minus the small one. Do you all remember what's the formula for sector area? R square theta over 2. It's given in the front page of your exam paper. So R square theta over 2. The big sector, the R is 3R. Okay, the small sector, the R is 2R. So you get 9R square theta over 2 minus 4R square theta over 2. So in this case, you get what? 2.5 R square theta. Correct? This is like 4.5 R square theta. This is like 2 R square theta. So if you subtract it, you get 2.5 R square theta. But question wants you to show your A in this way. So what do you think we can do? What do you think we can do? Times 2? No. You see this formula over here that they want you to show doesn't have theta. So you need to get rid of this by plugging this in. Yes. So that's the purpose of them giving you perimeter. So this one maybe I want to simplify first before I sub in. So this one is divided by 3R. So if I divide by 3, 30 minus 2R over R. Okay, then I put it in. Okay, then somehow the R cancels out, one of it. And then I'm left with 75R minus 5R squared. Okay, which is what they want me to show. So you write shown. Okay, next part B. They say that A and R, they can vary with time. Meaning you can do dA dt, you can do dR dt. So they say if the area of the shaded region is increasing at a rate of 10 meters square per second. What are they trying to tell you? What is this info? dA dt. So they are telling you dA dt is increasing, so it's a positive value at cm square per second. So they say, can you find the rate of change of R? So they want you to find dR dt when R is 5. Okay? So first we have A equals to this. What can we get out of here? dA dR. So differentiate A with respect to R first. So the power 1 bring down, you get 75. The power 2 bring down, you get minus 10, and then subtract the power by 1. So this is your dA dR. They say sub in R as 5. So you get 75 minus 50, which is 25. So I know dA dR, I know dA dt, and I'm interested in finding dR dt. So what is the relationship that I can set up here? dA dR times dR dt, and it will give me this. So plug in what you have. This is 10. This is 25. So to find dR dt, you just divide the... this is dt. 10 divided by 25. So you get 2/5, which is 0.4 cm per second. Okay? So quite direct, just that they can mix with arc length, they can mix with sector area. Anything can be used as the story. dy dx represents the what of the what at a particular point. The gradient of the what? It's not a line, a curve. Okay, so what is the gradient of the curve at the maximum point? C?
0.
Yeah, 0. What about A?
What about India?
What about point of inflection?
0.
0. So this is what I'm telling you. When we talk about stationary points, okay, this is important, huh? When they say stationary point, you see this keyword, straight away you know dy dx is 0. The gradient is 0. So when they write the keyword stationary points, they are telling you gradient is 0. So you must know this correlation. So stationary point, dy dx is 0. And these two we know they are called turning points. Right? In A math at the start, we learned that maximum and minimum, there's another point for it. We call it the turning point because they basically turn. Okay, there's a change in direction. They turn. Okay, so they are called turning point. And then the last type is called point of inflection. So this part that you see here is the point of inflection. So they say it's a point on the curve where the concavity change. You see this one? Point out, this one point in. So the concavity actually change, like from frowning to smiling.
What's this type of graph even used for, man?
This is like your cubic graph, remember? It's just that in real life there are certain data that behave in this way. But we give a name to that kind of behavior.
Why does data so long?
Why is data so long?
Like that, yawn.
Okay, So the most important part to this subsection is this one. Knowing that stationary point, the gradient is 0. And then knowing that turning point is your max and your min point.
Bro, I don't want your pen,
Huh? We barely had lesson. Oh, you're lying with your eyes wide open. Okay, 4 components of computational thinking. Can you all still remember what are the 4 components? Last year you all learned this. There is an abstraction which allows you to abstract key information. That means pick out the key info that will help you solve the problem. Basically the input. Okay, and then it will also help you to abstract out what is it that you want to solve.
What are you talking about right now? What type of computation?
The computational thinking approach. Okay, to solve math problems. So remember we learned that abstraction means what we usually do when we read the question. We abstract out the key info based on what is the info we can use to solve the problem and what is it that we are trying to solve. So the input and the output. So this is your abstraction. Sometimes your problem is a bit complex. You need to decompose it to smaller problems to solve. So the second component of computational thinking is decomposition. We break the problem down into smaller parts. No. Okay, because sometimes it requires you to do 3 things or solve 3 different things. So you break them up part by part. Break the problem into smaller parts. Okay, then the third one is we will try to generalize and find a pattern. So look for a pattern and see whether we can use certain theory or formula to solve it.
What happens is the one makes
Look for method.
Generalization. So we will look at the problem and see whether we can look for a pattern and whether there's a certain way to solve it, like certain theory, certain formula that we can use.
So, never bother again.
Okay, then the very last one is algorithm design. It is like coming up with a series of steps to solve the problem. So actually right, in your mind when you solve a math problem, you are doing all these steps. It's like you are a computer. Okay? You will go and pick out the information that is helpful for you to solve the problem. Then go and decide what is it that you want to solve. Try to break the problem down into smaller parts and then try to find a formula or a theory that you can use to solve this problem. And finally, come up with steps to solve it. So every time you do a math problem, you are going through computational thinking. Okay, just that in the computer's language, it's codes. But in your language, it appears like the flow chart that I'm going to show you. So in your mind, you should have all these little things that you are doing when you solve math problems. So first thing first, this is why math trains you in terms of logical thinking. How you think logically when you meet with a problem. So over time, whenever you have a problem to solve, this is the steps that you should tell your mind, oh, I do this, and then you approach the problem. Then you can take away some anxiety and panic. Okay, anyway, if your question gives you a dy dx of a function here, and then they give you a value of x, so these two seems to be the input, right? Question gives me these two. They give me dy dx, they give me a x value. So these are the two input that I have, and the question wants me to find out whether the function got stationary point or not. So here you see, this is the output. This is what you want to solve. So this is the output. I write here maybe output. So this is the output. Either have or do not have. So it either has a stationary point or don't have. So the input you feed in these two, the output is either you make a decision have or don't have. But in between, you need to decide, how do I know whether got stationary point or don't have? Then you need to build on your theory. So this green box, you need to think about what is the theory that I can leverage upon to decide whether I have stationary point or don't have. What do you think? This one. So this is the theory that I need to build upon. What is the theory? If it's a stationary point, dy dx is 0. So you know that if it's a stationary point, the theory that you need to have, you need to dy dx and then sub in the x at a certain value and show that it gives you 0. If it's 0, then yes, you have stationary point. If it's not 0, then it's not a stationary point. So is dy dx at x equals to a equals to 0. So if you can conclude, yes, it is a 0, then it has a stationary point. Okay, if not, it does not have a stationary point. So in your mind, it may look very trivial here, but this is your thinking process when you are solving this problem. Okay, although it looks very... What are you doing? You playing with slime? What are you playing? Putti. What's that?
Bro, you are so sneaky.
Not gum, right? Okay.
That is gum, blue gum.
Okay, so let's look at the question per se, an actual question. We test it out. They give you the dy dx. So my input is dy dx is equal to 3x squared minus 3. And then they give me the x value, x is equals to minus 1. So this is the input that I feed in. Then what do I need to do? I pass it through my process, my theory. So my theory says if I sub in dy dx as x equals to minus 1, so I try substituting in, and then it gives me 0. So my output, I can make a decision now that at x equals to minus 1, there is a stationary point. If they want you to do that. Okay, so this is your output. This is the process that it went through. So in your mind, you must have the series of steps. The flow chart is like your algorithm design. You know what's the step you need to take in order to get to the answer. So it's as simple as that, but you need to have this in your mind. So if I change the coordinate now, I change to x equals to 0. Everything is the same. Okay, my input. Okay, so this is my input I put in, and then I put it through my theory, my process, right? So dy dx, I'm going to sub in x as 0, and it gives me minus 3.
If it's anything else other than 0, it will not be a thing.
Yes, so since it's not 0, then we conclude the output at x equals to 0, there is no stationary point. So it's just like computer, you key in this, then they give you yes, or they give you no, or they give you a certain standard answer. So computer will follow the flow chart blindly. But of course, you will be able to think it through and decide whether it's correct or not correct lah. Okay, but next, it's now that I know there is a stationary point there, how do I know what is the nature of the stationary point? Is it maximum, minimum, or point of inflection? That's where we need to do a test. Okay? So let's move on to the piece of paper I gave you all. Okay, you might need to do this. Okay, when we are attempting the question. So the first page is just a detailed view of what we did just now. Your abstraction, decomposition, generalization, and algorithm design. So this just gives you an idea of computational thinking, and this thing called the ITMS. Never mind. Okay, so this one, let's practice. Let's try. Okay, wait, let me show this. Can you see I, T, M, S is not here. S is your solution. Okay, so this word ITMS is like our department way of simplifying computational thinking in a very simple language. Basically, is to take out the information. Okay, what is the theory that you can use? What method will you use? And finally, just solve it. So ITMS. This one is the insert I give you all. I gave you all one set of paper, right? I just gave at the start of the lesson. I didn't give.
You give us one.
I never give everybody. You what? Do you have? Okay. That's what. Sorry. This paper.
I don't have the.
Oh. Who don't have? All of you have. Sorry. Why? So remember, ITMS is just a very simplified way of telling you how to solve, but it's also like computational thinking. It sits in very nicely. Okay? So let's try how to decide whether your point is a maximum, minimum, or a point of inflection. So first thing first, your input has has to be the dy dx expression and a point of x that they give you. It must be at a particular point. If not, which gradient are you talking about? It's one particular point, right? So they say, sub in a smaller value of x. A smaller value of x. So for example, just now my question, we check the question that we had just now. Dy dx is what? What was the question? Dy dx is 3 minus what? 3x squared minus 3. And then our x value is at minus 1, right? So they say, oh, you sub in a x value that is slightly smaller than what is given here. So maybe not minus 0.01. Let's try even smaller. Let's say we use minus 1 to subtract 0.001 to play it safe. 0.01 sometimes is a bit big. So let's play it very safe. Let's minus 0.01, just a small distance away from that point, into your dy dx. So we check dy dx, I sub in x as minus 1.001. Can you check what do you get? What do you get? Yeah. Because remember, we know that at the point itself, the gradient is 0. But what about the behavior before that? Is it negative or is it positive? We want to know that. Because if it's going in this way, then we know this one minimum. If it's going in this way, we know it's maximum. So we are trying to find out before that point, is the graph going downward or the graph going upward? That's what we are trying to find out. So you sub in a value that is slightly smaller than this x value that you have here. So let's say this one, you sub in a value that is slightly smaller. You can find out the behavior before that. So what is the value you get?
0.006003.
So it's positive, right? So basically before the point, my graph is going upward. My suspicion is maybe there's a chance it could be a maximum curve. But if I sub in a value that is bigger and the graph also goes upward, then what kind of graph is it? Inflection. It becomes like that already, right? So I'm trying to find out the behavior. So first thing first, they ask you, is it positive? The answer is yes. Then now they say sub in a value that is bigger. So let's try a bigger number. Let's sub in x as minus 1 plus 0.001. So sub in this value into the equation. So maybe what? What is it? 0.999. No, minus 0.999, is it? What do you get? Minus 0.005. Okay, so that value is negative. So they ask you, is it positive now? The answer is no, because it's going downward, right? So can you see that it is actually a maximum point? So this is the output that I have. The nature of the stationary point happens to be a maximum point. Okay, because a smaller value, when you sub in a smaller value, it is going upward. When you sub in a bigger value, it's going downward. So you see that the graph is behaving in this way. So you know it's a maximum curve. Get it? But if you sub in a bigger value and it goes up also, it's also a positive value, then you conclude it is a point of inflection. Okay? Like my daughter every day also plays slime, you don't understand.
Slime.
Yeah. The slime so expensive, right? It's just blue, right? No, they got the glitter one, then you put activator, then you put what? All the bits you put in, you do all If all the bees drop everywhere, I don't understand that one. And the key is 1990. Then every time they play a bit, then become very disgusting, then they buy new one. Like my money is very easy to earn with it.
Yeah, so you are so good at teaching, right?
That's not the point. Yeah.
Oh yeah, my friend in my old primary school sells slime for a living.
Right, slime very scary, no. They come out with got smell, no smell.
Yeah.
Got color, no color. Got glitter, no glitter. Everything is money. How to clean? Use it to clean. But it's so disgusting, I don't even want to touch it already.
Yeah.
Okay, upcycling, huh?
But isn't it only one time use?
Yeah.
You turn to the next page. I've put the equation out here. Okay, so first thing first. Let's try to do it without having a flow chart to guide you. We create our own flow chart in the mind. So first thing first, let's highlight this. They say, can you find the coordinates of the stationary point? Is this input or output? Is this an input or an output? Output, because I'm trying to solve this. So in my solving, I need to find coordinates of stationary point. That's number one. And then they use stationary points, so maybe have two. I don't know. Okay, and then they also tell me that this is the curve. So is this input, output? So they give me the equation to be this. And then they also ask, what is the nature of these points? What do you think? Is it input or output? Output. This is the info that you're trying to solve. So the nature of these points. So they are hinting to you that you may not only have one solution. You might have two different points. So what do you think is the relevant concept that will help you get to your output? Okay, so that means you need to find dy dx expression. That's number one. What else? How do okay, so I find dy dx. This is one concept I need to find because this gives me my gradient function. What other concept will help me get to stationary point? Substitution of x, but I don't have x yet. What equals to 0? Not x. No. Dy dx equals to 0. How I know this is because they use the word stationary points. So the gradient at that point will be equals to 0. So this is the second theory that I can use. Any other things I can use to find nature? I use the test that I used just now, right? So that test has a special name for it. It's called the first derivative test, where you sub in a x value smaller and then you sub in a bigger value of x and see whether the dy dx chart, the sign of the dy dx change. We see how it changes, then we decide whether what kind of point it is. So in your mind, all this must be happening. If not, you don't know how to start the problem. So actually, right, when you are doing this question, there are certain questions that you ask yourself in your mind, which we guess the math department teachers were thinking, oh, maybe you all were thinking about these questions in your mind. What is the information given in the question? So when we do that, then when we read the question, then oh, this is input, this is output. So in your mind, this is what you're asking yourself. Then next, what do I understand from the information based on the keywords? So for example, stationary point. Then it leads me to knowing that dy dx is equals to 0. So these are the questions that you're asking yourself at different point in time. And what are we trying to find here? So this gets me my output. Right? All these question gets me my output. All these question gets me my input. And what do the output require? If I want to find nature, what do I require? I need to use first derivative test. So your questioning helps you to think about what theory you use. Okay, lastly, how do I determine the x coordinate? What theory must I apply to find the nature? And how do I know whether it's max or min? So this question, how to answer? This one, I need to equate dy dx to 0 to find x. Right? Then once I find x, I need to sub the x to the equation to find y. So you know what is the x and y coordinate. Because question say want to find coordinate, nah? But usually we don't need, because as long as we have x is good enough. But because they want coordinate, I need to do that step. And then this one, what theory can I apply? I know this is my first derivative test. And then lastly, how would I know if it's max, min, or point of inflection? I see how the sign of the dy dx changes. Okay, with the substitution of x. So all these are the little questions that you should be asking yourself when you try to solve. So now let's try to officially solve it. So what's the input we put here? This one, right? Y is equals to x cubed. Okay, maybe I write outside, no space, right? This part here, I know that y is equals to x cubed minus 3x plus 2. This is the input. But what do I do to this input? I differentiate. So what is my dy dx? So 3x squared minus 3. So I actually know that from here, with my dy dx, I'm going to let it go through my theory. What's my first theory to use here? Sub dy dx equals to 0. So this one is dy dx equals 0. This one is to find dy dx. Because that is your input. Okay? So when you sub dy dx equals to 0, what do you get? So you realize that you have two x coordinate. So how do you find the y? Then we will sub the x into the equation to find what is the y. So what is the y? When you sub this in, you get y equals to 1 minus 3. Okay, so 0. So one point is 1, 0. The other point is minus 1 plus 3. Is it 4? So these are the 2 points that you get. These are the 2 points that you get. 2 stationary points. But you just don't know what's the nature. So you have finished the first one. What is the next thing you want to find? The nature. So you use first derivative test, okay, to determine the nature of this point. So first thing first, what do? I need to sub in a smaller value of x for the dy dx. So this is x equals to 1. What is a smaller value I sub in? 0.999. So sub in 0.999 into this. I'm sure it is it positive or negative? Positive, huh?
Negative.
So this is negative. So it's going downward. Okay? But when dy dx is 0, you know it's just a flat line. Now we want to sub in a smaller value of x. So instead of 1, a bigger value of x. So we sub in 1.001. So you realize it must be bigger. So it's going upward. So what is the nature of the point? Minimum, right? So you can conclude that the output is, this is a minimum point. Let's check the other one. This one now. Okay, my x is actually at -1. So if I sub in a value of x that is slightly smaller, sometimes you will see that in the notes, right, they use like that. They put a small x, they put a small minus as a power there. It's telling you that if I sub in a x that is slightly smaller, if I sub in a x that is slightly bigger, instead of writing the actual value, they just write like that. Also can. But you know you are substituting. Okay, you know you are substituting. Eh? This one minus, right? Sorry. First derivative test. Okay, so you sub in and tell me what's the dy dx value. Positive or negative? You don't all yawning This one will get you 3 marks just by getting the nature of each point. This one is negative. So it's going downward. Positive or negative? So this one going down. So if you look at the behavior, it is a what curve? Maximum. This one was a minimum. So our output would be that this at -1, 4, this is the maximum point. Okay? So basically how the sign of the dy dx changes will tell you whether it's a minimum or maximum curve. So sometimes if you feel that the table helps you show your answer, then you can use the table to show it. But all these are first derivative tests. What's the what? I forgot to delete the question there. Okay, it's my bad. Okay, Okay, tell you what. In the last page, right? Can you cross out all the questions here in pencil? All these questions, don't want. I want you to come up with your own question that you ask yourself. I'm wondering what are the questions that you will ask yourself at each point in time when you solve this question. So using this question 1 as a guideline, can you solve question 2 totally on your own?
Oh my days, I've been writing on the wrong page. Question 1.
I can give you a new one.
Everything.
But you just change the question on top lah. At least you just change this question to this. Then you can use the one on top lah. So you just check that question. Oh my god. Okay, now I want to collect and see ask yourself. So you go to the second page.
How to do this question?
Look at the input, what you are given, and then based on the questions you ask yourself, what are the input in the question, what are the keywords that, the question that come to your mind when you read the question, Can you bend down here? It's not tested in WA2 what questions you ask. But as a math department, we are curious how you all solve problems. So this column here, right? Can you strike out? I want to see your own question. Of course, if you ask similar questions, it's okay.
Can I write how to do this question?
It's not this kind of question. Okay, so cross this out. Write your own questions. So for example, I already show you what. Use your own questions. When you read the question, what is the first question that comes to your mind? Fill in the input. Then what kind of question you ask yourself when you see the output? And then how does it lead you to your theory? And eventually, how do you solve the problem? Okay, can you try? We want to see how different classes solve problems. So the questions that come to your mind when you try to solve your output, write it down. Then you can write down. Why do you find dy dx? How does it lead you to your answer? Yeah, but what's the theory behind? Okay, think about the question you will ask yourself. You can reference, but don't adopt directly lah. So what is the input based on the question? Read the question for input or output, right?
The tree is irrelevant. The tree is irrelevant.
When you differentiate is gone. But when you need the coordinate, you need.
It's not like 0, right?
No. What kind of question learn how to do, right? So don't refer to this. I'm sure there are certain questions you ask yourself. Can. So all these don't see. Okay, try to ask. As long as that question pops up in your mind, go and write down in the question column.
stupid are you?
I
Ane was unit polynomial. Binomial.
Yeah, they can test like that if you want. Yeah. So after you find y x, then you bring down the power, subtract power by 1, and multiply by the coefficient. This one you can change it, right? You want to bring down the this one inside still x cubed minus 1 minus the power by 1. And then you multiply by x. So you don't change this. Bring down first minus power, then you multiply by in what kind of questions do you ask yourself?
Why am I doing it?
Not this kind of question. When you come to laugh about this. Okay, don't wait for me. Do your own questions. No. Huh? X equals to 1. Yeah, why not? Solving or not? Or done already? Okay, quickly do. You are supposed to eventually tell me what is dy dx and what is the nature. So input is very clear cut. Yes. Mary? Go through yet?
That's what I can't say. Sorry. Too wrong.
Okay, what I want to find out is what are the questions that you ask yourself at each point. So, what is the first question you ask yourself when you read the question? What? What are the, not theory first, what are the input and output of the question, right? In simple words. Okay? So I write in my input and my output. Then what's the next question I ask myself before I can decide on... Sorry? What is dy dx? So some of you ask very specific question. What is the dy dx? What other question can you ask yourself? What theorem? What theory should I apply to find what? Is it coordinate? The stationary point, right? So when you ask yourself this question, then it will lead you to the theory. What is the theory to find stationary point? dy dx equals to 0. So this is the answer to your question. Same thing. This is also the two answers that leads you to the input and the output. Okay? So first thing first, I need to find my dy dx. So what do? I bring down the power, subtract power by 1, and then multiply by the differentiation of this, which is 3x squared. So this is my dy dx, my input that will help me proceed to the next part. So the theorem that I'm using here is dy dx equals to 0. So I will equate this to 0. So 6x squared, okay, so the solving part I write here because I don't have space. 6x squared is 0, or x cubed minus 1 is 0. So this one will tell me x can be 0, or x is cube root, so it's just 1. So these are my two x coordinates that I can find from here. So what is the next theory? What theory should I apply to find what? To determine nature of my stationary point. So these are the questions that should appear at your mind. Although you may have more detailed ones, keep it there. We want to see what you are thinking. Then we will write first derivative test here, because this helps us to determine what to do. So this is the thing that I will do to decide the nature. Okay, so I'm going to perform first derivative test here. So let's do it for the different part. So x equals to 0, let's do the first derivative test. Sub in a value of x that is slightly smaller than 0. So dy dx, I sub in maybe minus 0.001. Okay, then does it give me a positive or negative value? Negative? You all check your...
Negative.
So negative is going down. This is always 0, don't even need to find, right? And then the last one, sub in a value slightly bigger than 0. So let's say 0.001. It will also go negative. Okay, so if it also goes negative, then what is your output? So at x equals to 0, what is your output? If the sign goes like that, what is your output? Inflection. So point of inflection. Okay? So we do the next test for this. Afan, are you focusing?
For one question like this, is really how much?
You find dy dx 1 mark, right? Then you find the 2x coordinate, second mark. First derivative test itself 6. 6, no, total 6. Okay? So it's quite worth it. You just have to go through it diligently. So this is always flat. So you sub in a slightly smaller value than 1. So maybe 0.999. Can. This one sub in 1.001. So what is the smaller value? Positive or negative? Can you try calculating? Looks like negative to me.
Negative.
Yeah. So negative go down. What about the 1 point something? Positive, right? Is it positive? So if it's positive, then you know for sure that at x equals to 1, it is a minimum point. So that's how you decide. So what theory you apply? You apply first derivative test. How do I know whether it is max, mean, or point of inflection? So these are some questions that should come to your mind when you try to solve. Okay, so I'm just running through with you what is a typical mindset that you need to have when you are trying to solve the entire problem. Okay or cannot? Ayo, Chipeng. Gone already. One whole question finished. Derivative test. There's another way to determine the nature, which is called the second derivative test. Okay, but listen, this is only recommended if the function itself is easy to differentiate the second time. I got one more. I have strengthened up against fraud and scams. Okay, so first thing first, we want to find the coordinates of the turning point. So that's the output we are trying to find. So the coordinates of TP basically, and then we want to determine the nature. Okay, so notice that they use the word turning points, right? So straight away they are eliminating the fact that there is a chance there is a point of inflection. So it cannot be point of inflection at all, it's just max or mean. Straight away they are eliminating it by this keyword. So your input that you feed in is of course this equation that you have here. So these are the things that you are trying to solve. So in your mind, there are some questions again. What is the theory that you can use here? So when you think about the theory, you know you need to find dy dx. You know you need to substitute dy dx equals to 0. So first, what is the dy dx of this equation? Bring down the power.
6x minus 12.
Okay, minus 12. So when I get my dy dx, next I need to equate to 0. So I take out the 6 as a common factor first. Right? Then you divide by 6 on both sides. Just go and factorize this. Okay? Then you get 2x coordinate. One is minus 2 and one is 1. But because question wants you to find coordinates of the turning point, you need to go and find the y by substituting it into this. So can someone do me the honor to go and find what's the y? Wait, see? Don't look at your screen already and keep smiling awkwardly. And Leon like giving you away from his facial expression. What was that for? Help me calculate, can or not?
I am.
No, I did calculate for you.
Where?
Like the first expression. So now,
Now they're trying to be calculative. Good.
So your free trial.
yeah, we try.
And negative?
See, do it yourself.
7.
From here to free trial.
So,
Your free trial is gone, bro.
wow. Okay, so these are the two turning points that I found. So one output, done. Next one, I want to find nature. So they say, let's consider the second derivative test. Let's differentiate this one more time.
E square y over dx.
So normally, we can write y prime as dy dx, right? It's the same thing. So what do you think is the second derivative? Y double prime, or you can write it as d2y dx squared. So second derivative, this is the notation to represent it. You see which one you like better, but both are equally good. So let's do the second derivative. Bring the power down to to multiply. Subtract power by 1. Bring the power down to multiply. Subtract power by 1. So this is your second derivative. So what you need to do is to use the value of x directly. No need to use a smaller value or bigger value. Just use your actual x value. So you have two stationary points. One at minus 2, one at 1.
Means how y go.
This one we just can find the second derivative at that particular point. Because this second derivative tells you how your gradient function actually behaves. So just like when we do, what do you call that? The coefficient of x squared to determine whether it's a smiley curve or frowning curve. This one is the same thing. If you sub in your x value, it tells you whether it concaves up like a smiley face or it concaves down like a frowning face. So when you sub this in, it gives you positive, you are happy, you smile because it's concaving up. It's telling you that your graph is concaving up. So you sub in, Ken? Can you tell me what is the value when you sub in x as minus 2? Negative, right? Negative 18. So it's frowning. So the sign of the dy dx is negative. So the conclusion is it's a maximum point.
So this method is much more easier.
When the function is easy to differentiate. If it's a very complex one, then don't do second derivative test, do first derivative test. Sub in a smaller value, sub in a bigger value.
What happens if you do second?
Okay, but otherwise, second derivative is always nice because you just sub in, you get the conclusion already. But if not, you need to use first derivative if the differentiation is difficult. Okay, it's not always the case that it's very easy. So sub in x as 1, 18, which is positive. So you are happy is a minimum point. Okay, but what if you sub in, it gives you 0? Then you are back to square one. Go back to first derivative test and check. Okay? It doesn't give, you cannot straight away say that, oh, it must be a point of inflection. In fact, in JC, you will learn you do third derivative equal to 0, then it is a point of inflection. But we don't do that in O level. So when you sub in, it gives you 0, that's it. Go back to first derivative test and sub in and conclude. Okay, so it shouldn't be equals to 0. If it is, then go back to first derivative test. So this is the thing that you need to take note of. Otherwise, it's quite conclusive. This one just tells you that your curve concaves down. Means you frown. This one just tells you your curve concave up. Means you smile.
Yeah, for conclusion, can I write max or indirect max point?
Because we are talking about stationary point. Yeah. But if the yeah, best. Okay, so name of this test is second derivative test. Okay. So far, so good. Can you encourage your teachers a bit? Yeah. No, but you're like, I want to sleep. No. Why are we doing this? Every day questioning about life. How like that? Okay, do the class practice. Just do second derivative test and find the result. It's quite easy. Just differentiate 2 times only, not so difficult. Quickly, quickly. I want to finish this today, so I can give you PMP. Somehow we don't have AEP leh. Can all of us be more driven people?
No.
Who's going for O levels? You got another AEP. My time was stolen. That was not very nice. He said okay, like okay. Like I care, you know, that kind of feeling. Okay, challenge. I do, you do, see who faster.
Yeah, I feel like if you want to combine our mind, we will be able to
Okay, I do slowly. I do slowly. I do with computational thinking, okay?
I think all of us want to sleep already.
Yeah.
That's why you need to keep doing, if not you will sleep.
The brain stopped raining.
What the hell?
Yeah, that's recorded, right?
It is.
I think you guys is fine.
Okay, do. Afan, wake up. You used to be more energetic with Jaden Wang around.
Stationary point.
Yep.
That's not there anymore.
You just need the stationary. Yeah, you must go and find first. Then nature. Okay, so what is the process that you need to go through?
It's afternoon.
See, you all cannot even differentiate morning and night leh. How?
Yeah.
Aiyo. Aiyo. Okay or not?
Yes, I'm
I
real.
listen and see.
Sounds like you're saying
What do I do?
Die.
Miss,
Yeah?
can I change the 3x squared to positive, then put the ax?
Can.
That makes negative.
Yeah, I do question 4 only.
All 4 and 5. Okay, check if you get the two same x coordinate. These are the x coordinate of the stationary point. They never ask for y, don't work too hard. Don't go and find y, no need. Yeah, don't work too hard.
Yes, differentiate further now.
So the theory behind is you need to go and find dy dx equals to 0. So you can find the x coordinate of stationary point.
Yeah, I think got something correct.
Let's make it twice. Okay, next you want to do nature. So nature also has its process. Yes, you can differentiate it one more time because this expression very easy to differentiate. d2y dx square. Yeah.
You know what would be nice? Bring us to the canteen.
You know what would be nice if you are working on your math questions now? Okay, so this is a max.
This one.
Yep.
When we start learning math,
What do you mean?
when we start
Oh, I like it since primary school.
you always get A1.
What happened? Stop it! You know what animals do when they hear this kind of sound? So this is second derivative test for you. It's very clean and direct. Afan, stop responding. You know that kind of bird, right?
Oh, sure. For second question, I got 0.
Then go back to first derivative.
Bro, this waste of time, bro.
How many times must I tell you I'm not your bro?
Wait, if it
Go back to first derivative test. Cannot assume. Cannot assume. No, it's inconclusive. I'm not so great, unfortunately. You are a very great. Who's your English teacher?
Miss Huang.
That's Miss Huang Ai Li. What? What? What?
Wait, what if you and our other English teacher sit together and say Miss Huang? Will you both turn around?
Yes.
Next question, you have to set negative 1 to start.
Negative. Oh, so it's positive. Okay, same. But it's 14 now. Right. Yeah, it's 14. Ani? You got something coming out of your mouth? Ani? Oh, it was you who do the sound? Okay, sorry. No, because you appear at the wrong time. Sometimes it happens, right? Appear at the wrong time.
Imran is in that, right?
Is it?
Yeah. These two, not me.
Yeah, he just wants to talk about India. Okay, so try, then you will see.
You got 0 again.
Yeah, you try so hard, right?
Zero ah.
Yeah?
What is slightly less than 2.5?
What?
What is slightly less than 2.5?
Lightly. Where did I write? Yours is less than? Oh, 0, you must go back to first derivative test. You minus 0.001. Always minus that. Just do it. Just do it. Yeah, totally.
Just give up.
Okay. So you will find that x is 2.5, but because they want stationary point, you need to sub into y. Okay, enough, huh? You're all the sound effect. Okay, this is the stationary point that you will find. If you got it, then you are on the right track.
Actually, find the coordinates.
Yeah, they say what? Find the stationary point.
You are well enough.
When they say point. Okay, then next is the nature. So since you already tell me second derivative will get 0, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do first derivative test.
No, Miss Wong, do it. Miss Wong, it's not 0, it's better to
What?
So first derivative test, we will sub in smaller value and actual value. So sub in a value slightly smaller than 2.5.
I'm so confused.
So you can sub in 2.449.
You don't need to do second derivative.
I don't want to because you already show that it's 0. So I don't want to waste time. Yeah. Because this one is 0, right? So 0 minus 3.
Is 12, minus 12.
Huh? It becomes 0, right? Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. My bad. I also tired.
The sign will.
Okay, this one, sub in. Sub in x as 2.5001. See what you get. Both positive? Which one positive? First one positive. So it's going up. No, I'm married. Okay, calculate the second one. Also positive? So it's going up. So it happens to be a point of inflection.
Miss Wong is insulting me.
But Teletubby quite cute. What?
No.
Not cute?
You should look at the scary version, bro.
Who asked you to go and look at the scary version? Peter who? Don't know. Who's that? I don't want. Must be something scary. I've gotten cleverer. No, I'm not interested.
Peter Griffin. Sure, you should go search it up and compare it to everyone.
Never.
This
Oh,
one is
but
scary.
legit.
It's just like a cartoon character.
Never.
This one, is it not scary?
Yeah.
It's not scary, it's not scary. It's not scary.
Never.
It's a character.
Yeah.
I don't want.
It's a cartoon
I
character.
don't want. Oh, you look different with the specs. Okay? Can I hope you find first and oh, who's that? Why the chin like that?
It's butt chin.
Like a very big tooth that never get extracted. Okay. Let's continue. Let's try to complete the flow chart. Okay, if my mission, my output is to determine the nature of the stationary point, what do you think is the first step I need to do? I want to find the by second derivative test. So what do you think is the process that I need to go through? If this is my input, what is the next step? So find d2y dx squared. Then what is the next step?
Sub in the value of x.
So we will sub x equals to a into. Now we need to make some decisions. If this ends up positive,
Minimum.
yes and no. So what conclusion can I make here? What is the conclusion I can make if it's positive? Minimum point. Because it's a Smalley curve, the concavity is upward. So if it's not, then it's a maximum point because it's frowning.
Teacher, so if it's 0, then confirm need to do the first one.
Yes, you need to go back and do. Actually, if you go and differentiate the third time, if it's equal to 0, then you can conclude.
But then you see that's for JC.
That one is for JC, so we go back to first derivative test. What? Then if you want to not do second derivative, always do first derivative, it will always work. But you must always sub in a value minus 0.001 or plus 0.001.
Do you ever know, like, from the question itself, if a second derivative test will work?
Not really. But when the expression is easy, usually they want you to do second derivative test.
What do you mean by easy?
Like it's a polynomial.
Sure, but what if they
But
ask
if it's
you-
like a fraction, you know they don't want you to go through product rule and chain rule many times. Yeah.
Sure, but then they can bluff you and waste your time.
Why would they want to do that?
Because they want us to fail.
Okay, so this is the end.
GG.
Right? You must close the loop.
Thank you.
But not the end of our lesson, Imran. You're really too much. Okay, so now you see the next page, there's 6 practice questions. So let's start working on it. For the next 15 minutes, if you can do the 6 question, the PMP we don't do. Child labor? But PMP looks good though.
No.
This is primary.
Okay, then or don't do this but do the PMP.
Second derivative.
I can't tell you that. Okay, just start. I will also work out the answer at the same time with the screen blank. Okay, so for all stationary points, we know that it can happen where dy dx is equals to 0. So one case is a maximum point. Okay, or another case where the gradient is 0. Okay, is where it's a minimum point. And the very last type is point of inflection. So can be in 2 different directions. Okay, but dy dx is 0 all at that point. Or all NSG come back already.
No, I came in first, Miss Wang. I came in first.
Okay? So this is point of inflection.
point the middle finger.
No, Miss Wang, I didn't point.
You just point the middle finger at me.
Okay, focus, please.
Miss Wang, I didn't point. Please stop it.
So there are 3 types of stationary points: maximum, minimum, and point of inflection. And these two has a special name. When they mention turning point, we are basically referring to these two only. Straight away excluding point of inflection. Yes. So these are some terms that you need to be familiar with. Stationary point, which means max, mean, and point of inflection. But turning point, which means only maximum and minimum.
So same here for next.
Yes. Okay, next thing we learn is how do we tell the nature of stationary points. Whether it's max, mean, or point of inflection. So we can use 2 different tests. One is the first derivative test. Okay, the other one is the second derivative test. Okay, so first derivative test, what we do is we always sub in a smaller value of x. So for example, okay, we have 3 cases. Okay, we sub in a value of x that is slightly lesser. Okay, or at x itself and a x value that is slightly more. So that slightly is always you plus 0.001. The slightly is you subtract 0.001. Don't subtract a very big number because sometimes there may be 2 turning points in your graph. If you sub in a bigger value that is too big, you might end off going into the territory of another turning point and you might get a different result. So that's why when you sub in a sufficiently small value. Okay, just minus a little bit or just add a little bit. So you are just finding the behavior before and after. Before and after. Don't use a range too big. Otherwise, you might step into other people's territory. Why? Max, mean, point of inflection. Second derivative test. Afan, you're not focusing these few days. Then your AMF will be totally gone if that is what you are planning for. So the screen down, please. You are not focusing these few days. Yes. So when they mention stationary point, straight away you can conclude these already. Okay. So when you sub in a x value that is slightly smaller than x and they give you dy dx positive, it will go up. Okay. At the stationary point itself is always equals to 0. And then if let's say this is negative, then it's going downward, you can conclude it's a maximum point. So it all depends on what sign you get. So if let's say your dy dx goes down at the start is negative, straight, and then go up positive, then you can conclude there is a minimum point. So the sign, how the sign changes from negative to positive, from positive to negative, or from negative to positive. Then you can make the necessary conclusion accordingly. Okay, there's also one other case where there's no change in the sign. Go up, then go up again. Then there will be a point of inflection. No change in the sign. Or go down, then go down again. Okay, there could be also a case like that. No change in the sign. Positive, then positive all the way. Or negative, then negative all the way. If that is the case, then we can conclude point of inflection. So first derivative test only has these three outcomes. 1, 2, or 3. So it depends on the sign of your dy dx. Whether it's point of inflection, minimum or maximum. Okay, so this is what we have learned in 14.1. Okay, then 14.2 we learn second derivative test. So basically, what we do is we find second derivative d square y dx square. If the result when we sub in the x value gives us a positive value, then it concaves up. It's a Smalley curve minimum point. Okay, if you sub in the x value and it's negative, then it concaves downwards, so it's maximum point. So second derivative test only this result, but should it ever give you a 0, then it's inconclusive. You need to go back to first derivative test. Okay, so this is a summary of what we have learned yesterday. Ayo, what class is that? Huh? Sec. Upstairs. Next door, is it?
Yeah.
Sounds like next door to me. Almost ready.
So d square y over dx square is second derivative test.
Yes. If you differentiate one more time.
Second derivative test is if it is greater or less than 0.
If you use second value of x, it must be positive or negative. Then you can conclude maximum or minimum point. Okay, when do you decide when to use first or second derivative test? It depends on the expression you are given. If it's easy to differentiate one more time, then we use second derivative.
So if it's 0, then you have to use first derivative.
Yes. If let's say you sub in, it gives you 0, then you must go back to first derivative test. Okay? Okay, let's look at example 3. Okay, it says a menu. Oh, not yet, not yet. Okay. Sorry. Okay, I pass you all the topical 10-year series questions that you can do for your revision for WA2. Okay, I put all the topics that will be tested in WA2 topical questions here from 10-year series. Answers are also there, so you can get started on revision already. You should know by now what are the topics that will be tested. So everything that will be tested is inside. You can get started already. After today, we finish what is going to be tested for WA already. So by right, you should be able to do the questions inside. Of course, some questions inside are tougher. Okay, but we will run through it once we start revision. So you can get started on this one already. Okay, let's start this one. Still not yet. This is second derivative test. Yep. Done. Yes. That time we only learn identity, the simple ones. So double angle formula haven't test. What else? R formula, addition formula, all those haven't test. Trigo equation. Yeah, with double angle formula haven't test. So you must not be scared at the sight of the question. You must read the question and see what is going on. Done. Can I? Take a photo. Yeah, can.
This is gonna come up for our O level.
Yeah.
What is the
I printed from the 10-year series directly.
So it's like gonna be so easy.
Yes.
What's product rule?
Product rule. If you have a function u times v, you will keep u multiply by the differentiation of v plus keep v multiply by the differentiation of u. Can I? Okay, let me go through question C. Question 3. It says I have a manufacturer that makes a closed right circular cylinder. Why they need to use the word right is telling you that the top and the bottom, they are exactly parallel and congruent to each other. Okay, so it's just to tell you that entire shape, they are congruent in, but anyway, it's like as if actually they don't need to say lah, because you know that it should be a uniform cross section. But of course, there are cylinders that look like that. Also uniform cross section, but they are not parallel in that way, like perpendicular in this way. Okay, so right just means it's like vertically straight up. Okay, so when they use the word there, it serves that purpose. Okay, then it says it has a volume of 32 pi. I don't know what the question wants, but I just write down volume of cylinder. Then based on the info that I was given, I just write pi r square h is 32 pi. They never tell me what's the r, they never tell me what's the h, so I just label it as what I know. So I simplify. Then what I know is just r square h is 32, but I don't know how I'm going to use it. Then I proceed to the next statement. It says that the material for the top and bottom of the cylinder costs 2 cents per cm cube. So top and bottom is just two circles, which is here. And it says it cost me 2 cents per cm cube. So this is the cm squared, 2 cents per cm squared. So this is the area I found. And then I multiply by 2 cents. Total surface area. Then they also tell me the material for the sides of the container, which is the curved surface area. Okay, we all know that the curved surface area is 2 pi r and then I times h. Remember we unroll this. So the circumference here is 2 pi r, then multiply by h. That's why we get the curved surface area. So they say the curved surface area cost me 1 cent per cm square. So I just multiply this chunk by 1 cent. Because they say the 2 cents, not 24. 2 cents. Because they say the top and the bottom, the material I use cost me 2 cents per cm square.
2 cents combined.
Yes. So what I'm trying to find here is I'm trying to find the total cost of the materials used to wrap up that whole cylinder. So this is the total cost. So I still don't know what the question wants until I saw this statement. It says that, can you find the dimensions of the container? So dimensions meaning they want me to find what's the R, what's the H. Okay? Given that the cost will be minimum. So when you see the word minimum, they are telling you this must be a stationary point. So this is C, 2 pi r h plus 4 pi r square. Okay, but I have two variables. So by right, I should only have one variable. Then I can differentiate C with respect to that variable. So now I know this must serve a purpose. They must allow me to eliminate one of the variable here. So H is the one I want to eliminate. And I put it in here. So my whole expression only has R. One variable to differentiate. So now you will see that you get this. Because they use the word minimum. They want the cost to be minimum. So dC, d something must be equals to 0. When they tell you maximum or minimum, they are telling you the first derivative is 0. So once you see this kind of question, like what I told you, right? When I read the question from the start, I don't know what the question wants. I just pick out the info and then slowly piece them together and see how it leads me to solving the question. So that's how you all should be doing. Don't look at the question, don't know what the question is saying, then you give up. Look at the question step by step, pick out the info, then see how they can connect together. So, because times 2 cents, ma. Okay, so here I cancel. This is 64 pi over R. Maybe I shift up. Yes. For cylinder, no. They will assume that cylinder you can remember lah.
What about other shapes?
If it's quite impossible, sometimes they will put a hint there and tell you. Yeah, but it's quite rare. Yeah. So here, you must differentiate C with respect to R. So bring down the power. Bring down the power. And then actually, you know that this is equals to 0. Because it's minimum. They want the cost to be minimum. So it has to be dC dr equals to 0. Yeah. You subtract the power by 1. Okay, let's try to solve it then. Bring the 64 to the other side. Aiyo, so fast. Okay, then you end up having R cubed equals to 8. So R is just 2 cm. And then knowing your R, you can plug in here and find your H. So H is 32 divided by R square. So it's just 8 cm. So these are the dimensions of the cylinder that will make it a minimum cost. Two correct answer. Okay. So in a question like this, sometimes you may not know what topic is talking about, but the keywords will help you link them up. Okay, so later we come back here. Then we will continue with the rest of the question. We still have 2 more periods. It's 1 then 2, right?
No, now it's recess, then after recess.
2 more period lah. So later we will come back here and finish up this question. Then hopefully we can start vector. 2 period first? No?
We only got 2 periods today.
Oh, just say no, let's go.
If you say 1 period, we'll think it's okay. Let's go, guys.
We can go.
What?
Thank you for being the generation.
Oh, we have 4 periods. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Okay, oh, yo. Almost.
Hey, she got a score lah.
Cheaters y'all. Okay, thanks for your honesty.
It's how you said it yourself.
I don't know why I thought it's like a 1 followed by 2 periods today.
Lisa, I have a question. You go for the Sec 3 camp.
Yes?
Like, can you tell me, do you sleep like over there or in a hotel?
I don't want to tell you.
Just that, please.
No.
Why?
We sleep like the children.
Sleep in the tent also.
Do you sleep in the tent or
We
the
sleep
hotel?
like the children. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah lah, you
That
sleep
means you
but
sleep in
where?
the house,
Where you sleep?
We sleep like the children.
Yes, you sleep in the hotel.
So do you sleep in there like one?
Not fair, sia. All the Indians
What?
just
Why? What is fair in this world?
sleep in the tent also in us lah.
Yeah, that was what last year. Who cares?
No, I don't care. I want everybody to be.
Okay, I shift already Xin Yu following? You also a bit distracted these few days Same like Afan
Oh! Huh?
Okay, next question.
Stupid Adnan.
H.
You found? Yeah, H. You sub the R into this, yes. Xingyu, if you cannot focus, then don't use PLD.
Stupid are you?
Huh? No. How can I give permission to do that? What nonsense. Okay, I have an open tank with a square base. So this is a tank. So square base square base tank, and this one is open, meaning it's non-existent on top. Okay, and it is made from a thin sheet of metal. So they are just asking you to neglect the thickness of the material, like as if it's like very flat. Okay, no height. So find the length of the square base and the height of the tank. So this is the length, because it's a square, it's all the same, and the height of the tank, so that the least amount of metal is used to make a tank with a capacity of 8 meters square. So the key word is there is least amount. It's as good as telling you minimum, right? And then you want to find the amount of metal required to make the tank of capacity 8 meters square. Capacity is volume. So volume is 8 meters square. So how to find volume is length times height, which is 8. So this is one info you know. Second info is they want you to make this container. So they are asking you to find total surface area also. Okay, so total surface area, if you can still remember, we find the perimeter, which is L plus L plus L plus L, so 4L, multiply by the height. So I'm getting all the sides surface, right? All the 4 sides. And then I need to plus the base, which is a L square. Okay? So let's say this is the, I call this M, being material. Okay? So I've already gotten the equation. There must be a purpose here. So we know that we want to eliminate the H here by readjusting the formula. So sub in H as 8 over L square. So this is the expression I get for the material. I'm just shifting it up. It's all simplification. I haven't even do anything. Okay, I slow down. Okay, this one is all the side length. So when we want to find all the sides, right, we always use perimeter times the height. So we get the all the area of the sides. And then this is just the bottom, L square. So this is the bottom base. These are all the sides. Okay, if you don't want, you can also find each of these face, which is LH, and then you times 4 of them. Same. Okay, I'm just trying to find the total surface area. So 4 pieces of this. Each piece is just L times H. What is that? Like a lot of noise from their class. Is it a lower side class? What class is that? Okay, so this is the total material you use. So they say you want the least amount. So what do you do? dm d what?
dm d
Because they say minimum. Minimum is like a stationary point. So you need to differentiate equal to 0. It's always this one first. You are differentiating this with respect to whatever variable you have. Yeah. Okay? So I bring down minus 1. This one bring down. Okay, follow this one first. Okay, so this is equals to 0 because you know it's a stationary point. So let's try to solve it. So to find L, it's just cube root of 16. They say leave it insert form, so no need to simplify. Then to find H. So to find H, I just have to use 8. Then this thing square. So if you want, you can write like this, 16 to the power of 2/3. 4 square, yeah, can't change much. 8, can I simplify? Cube root I can't, square, yeah, nothing much to change. So you can just leave your answer like that or like that. They say insert form. Oh, but we should rationalize, right? Okay, but this is okay. So this is in cm, the height is also in cm.
If I get A for A math in my O level, which never happened, what will you give me?
Can give you a treat. After you get a result, then we can go out and eat.
After when?
After you come back and get your O level result, then show I got an A, then we go East Point and eat.
It never happened.
We still have a long way.
From F9 to A1.
I have a student who go from F9 to A2. Many years ago in string.
Is it a girl or a boy?
It's a girl.
Of course the girl, then can
Why you like that?
No.
Are you sexy?
Sexist. The boys in this class always say suggestive things.
Ya lah.
Thank you.
Leon tak tahu.
Okay, Leon is in pain. Y'all don't trigger him. Okay, next question. I have 40 spherical marble. So let's say this one, radius x. I have 6, this one I got 40, Then I got 60 spherical marble or radius y. So that's what they are telling me. And they say x and y can vary such that x plus y equals to 1. So they are telling you these two relationship is equals to 1. Then they say, can you then find the values of x and y that will make the sum of the volumes a minimum? So they want you to sum up their volumes. So volume of spheres is 40 times, what's the volume of sphere formula?
1 then pi r square.
2 pi, no.
This one question will come out in
4/3 pi r.
6
Yeah.
pi.
4/3
Pi r.
7.
pi r
7
cube. So this one, instead of using R, we use X. You're very scary, leh.
Yes,
How
yes,
ah?
yes, yes.
Then next one is I have 60 of the other marble. So also 4/3 pi y cube. Cube.
I lost my notes on all the formulas.
Good job.
Should you of
Wait, I don't think I lost.
Cube.
Why did I
This is okay. Remember, did I show you all the video on how they tear up the part and then become a circle?
Yes.
Yes, show now.
How are you supposed to test?
Okay. Not now. Okay, but there is a proof for this. Okay, but for another time, Okay, so here we have 160 over 3 pi x cube. This is 80 pi y cube. And it's the sum of their volumes. But I can't have two variable. I need to get rid of one.
So you have to
I have to what?
you have to find what?
Volume of 4/3 pi r cube.
4/3 by R.
Oh, okay, it's the two marbles.
Yes.
I'm going marbles.
4/3 pi r cube. This is the volume of sphere. Okay, so how? I cannot have two variable. I can only have one.
Then you find Y.
There must be a purpose why they give you this. So you go and remove one of it. Maybe you remove the, what do you want to remove, X or Y? Don't like which one?
X.
Don't like X. So we remove X. Then you sub in X as 1 minus Y, and then you cube it. Okay? So remove one of the variable. And that is where the minimum comes in. So we do a dv what?
DVTR.
There's only Y there, so it must be dv dy. Okay, so let's differentiate. Bring down the power. So these two cancels out. Subtract the power by 1. Multiply by the differentiation of what you are left inside. That's it. So this one, same thing. Bring down the power. Subtract power by 1. So this is the differentiated form. And it's equals to 0. Your mission is to solve for the unknown. So not so bad, right? Now that you look at it.
Sure, I do.
I think what you ask me to solve for that. Ask me this equation.
Okay, I still have the formulas.
Oh my god.
Minus 240? Why?
You're shifting into the...
No, I shift this negative to the other side. Yeah. Yeah.
You say that 90% of the things you learn in school is not applied in real life.
You and that.
We are back at this.
Wait, why not Singapore?
No, everything I have learned is applicable to my life.
How?
Every day I teach.
Okay, tell me the DYDX inside.
I teach y'all.
Sure, I don't...
Okay, but all the engineers will need all the formulas that we are talking about. So are you becoming an engineer?
No.
But we need engineers in this world, and we don't know for sure whether you are going to be an engineer until you really become one, right?
Do they use DYDX for this table?
Differentiation?
Yeah.
Maybe. Who knows? How, when they calculate the bands.
Sure, I don't think a 7-11 worker need to know how to...
Okay, why you all need to learn everything is that because you all don't know what you want to become next time. So we need to equip you all with all the knowledge you need. But some of it may not apply to exactly what you are using. But other students may be applying it. So we cannot just because you think you're not going to be an engineer, we don't teach you what is necessary. What if one day you want to become an engineer 2 years later? So you need to learn everything so that when you're finally sure of what you want to become, you have the necessary skill.
One
I
forget.
want to become a vet, but I don't need it.
But it's also part of the journey.
Yeah, I think you teach the animals.
All the equipment you use in the vet, is it vet clinic?
No. I will hire someone to do it.
There's a called assistant vet.
Yeah, it's
So imagine you want to correct the person, but you don't have no knowledge of whatever that's in the machine.
That's a guide.
Yeah, that's why it's
That's why
What if you don't know how to read the guide?
Sure, in the future and technology will be more advanced, so we don't have to take as much.
But you still have to know how to use it to control. My God. Okay, fine.
Big scary dog.
Okay. Let's try to solve this.
Can you take up the dog? Like the teeth very big. Like here. Teeth very
Okay, let's solve this.
and
My-
it kills every human you see. You feel like that.
I think that one's not even a dog anymore.
Dog, not dog.
That was like one story.
maybe that's rough.
One.
Okay, is this solvable?
No.
Nothing is
What is the... Can you try using the calculator so I don't have to calculate at all? B square minus 4A... No solution ah?
I get decimal.
Do the one the square root over. I forgot how to do just.
Minus
Oh,
Minus B plus minus B square minus 4A
oh my gosh, I so forgot that.
C.
I get decimal.
I get that formula.
Over
No,
2A.
it's time I didn't study. Yeah.
Or have solution lah, have solution.
Why is the solution?
Iman, can you shut up? I'm sorry.
Okay, you have two solution. Why?
I'm getting the rest.
You're asking me. I didn't even do anything.
So, based on the two y's you get, go and find the corresponding x. So, you have two x values also. So, they say give your answer to two decimal place. Can you go and calculate accordingly? You should have two sets of x and y.
So shouldn't that be minus? I don't regret what I said.
Yeah, minus 2.
For the 4 plus minus period.
I think the air actually.
This one?
No, on top. That one. The
B square minus minus B plus minus B square minus 4 is C, correct what? Correct ah? So go and find the two different answers for x and y, and that will be your solution. Each answer leave to 2 dp. Okay, I hope you are starting to see a pattern. They will give you the relationship of two variables. That is to help you eliminate one of it. And then they will ask you to find something and then tell you it's maximum or minimum. Okay, if you are not convinced, then you can flip to the 10-year series stack that I just gave you. Go under maxima, minima. And look at maybe question 4. Okay, you go to 16.2 in this stack. Go and look at question 4. They will tell you find the dimension to make A a maximum. So this one is straight away a maxima minima question. Okay, and O level ask it in this way. Can I?
Just an old level.
Since you just take picture, no need to copy anything.
Yeah, And then she said if I get
Gonna get her mark
all
this
like
week,
what, 15 minus 15 the same as him or lower, you're gonna treat me.
I had a dream that I could draw 10 guys.
You should practice in class.
I got a dream. I want
I'm gonna dream I'm gonna roll one.
Then you want to see me for consultation?
I didn't have any dream of what all
So you need to see me for
I have
consultation?
no future. I got no future.
You can become the army.
Yeah.
He's smart and I'm dumb.
Miss Fang, where don't go, never mind.
JC and yeah, now he
So you get the president.
I mean, no, he already finished, he already finished and now he's going there like part-time. He applied for university.
That is AMF, right? Is
I don't know, I asked him and so he said, I'll tell you soon. He applied university now.
but is passing enough to help you with your grade?
Waterloo University.
Okay, sir, he can't take something.
Okay.
Wow, maybe
Cause like that very waste lesson time.
It's not
I know. Cause like I try to understand, but I still
Oh yeah, oh my gosh, then my old A-math teacher, my tuition teacher came to him like for income tax. That's my
So we
brother
leave it
said
like
all the shit I do to my tuition.
No, you go and calculate and give the 2DP answer. I don't have a calculator here.
Wait, is that two answers?
Yes, 2 answers. Okay, you have 2 answers. One y is minus 2 plus root 2. Then you go and get the 2DP answer. The other y is minus 2 minus root 2. You also go and get the 2DP answer. Okay, using this, you use your x equals to 1 minus y. You sub in accordingly. Then you get your 2 different x answers as well. So all these you go and calculate because I don't have a calculator here.
So why never bring calculator?
You know what happened the other day? My calculator was soaked like in coffee.
How?
So 1 died,
How?
2 ran out of battery.
Because she wants to test out a calculator just like
No, the it was in my bag and then the coffee spilled, then it got soaked.
Oh, after
And
you drop your calculator inside the
no.
You want to you accidentally take calculator.
Yeah,
No.
my one's working.
Then 2 without battery, 1 I loan it out, don't know where is it now.
Someone stole it. Let's just stop.
Misha, why not buy a new one?
This one, why not?
You
You want
very expensive.
Misha,
I already, every year I buy 2 new calculator, but I still don't have calculator.
why not ask the police find for you?
Okay, last one. I have a piece of wire that is 24 cm long and I cut it into 2 pieces. So the whole length is 24. They never tell me how I cut it. So basically, let's say I cut it in this way, and then one of the pieces that I have, they say I'm going to bend it into a square of side x. So meaning that means this piece is about 4x long. Okay, so based on what the question say, and then they say the other, I use it to form a circle of radius r. So this part, which is like 24 minus 4x, they are going to make it into a circle of circumference this, and the radius is r. Okay, so that's what they are trying to tell me.
So 4x is 1 piece, 24 minus 4 is 1 piece.
Yes,
Then all together add up to
24, yes. So you have one piece, they cut into 2. One, they make a square. The other one, they make a circle. So how I read the question, how I break it up into diagram is exactly how you should be doing. When I read the question, I usually do this. Then I start to think about what the question is talking about. So they say, can you then express r in terms of x? So most likely, it should come from here. Because I know this is the circumference. So circumference formula. What's the circumference formula?
2 times pi times r.
2 pi r
Gosh, I'm so smart.
is equals to
I can get
this.
you one, sir. Right.
The teacher.
Okay? So they say, can you find r in terms of x?
Yes.
So what should I do?
Yes, you can find R equals to X.
How?
That's answer.
How? I only want this. So just divide the 2 pi over. So this is the first equation they want. In fact, you can simplify. Okay? So this is r in terms of x. Oh, there's still an over pi. So this is the first part that I've done. Okay, so you usually approach the question part by part. Number 1, what is it? Number 2, what is it? And then when you solve, what do you get? Okay, next they
May
say,
ask in terms of pi answers.
possible, but if there's no unknown lah. Okay, so now they say find the value of x for which the sum of the areas of the square and the circle is a minimum. So what do you think they are trying to ask me to do? Yes, but before that, what am I trying to find?
UIDA.
No, before that.
Oh, shit, sir.
What is the equation that I should write out?
Or what?
Usually I must set out an equation before I can differentiate, right? So what is the equation that I should set up? That's why you need to read the question. Find the value of x for which the sum of the areas of the square and the circle is a minimum. So what do I need to... Yeah, so go and find the sum of the areas first. So I need the area of this, which is 2 pi r square. And I need the area of this, which is x squared. But I can't have 2 variables. So what do you think I should do? Sub what? Yes. So they ask you to find this, it must serve a purpose. Sub it in so that you only have 1 variable. Okay, so if you try to simplify, yeah, recess time soon. So this one cancels out. So this is your A. Right? And then now is the time where you think about this. It says it must be a minimum. So what do I do? Yes, dA over dx. Why dx? Because the whole expression only got x, no other variable already. So I start differentiating by bringing the power down, subtract power by 1, and then I multiply by the differentiation of this. Okay? Yeah, still there. I have it right. Okay? So this one, I also want to differentiate. So I bring the 2 down, subtract power by 1. So left this. And this is equals to 0 because they tell me it must be minimum. Minimum means dA dx must be equals to 0. So maximum also dA dx equals to 0. Because they are stationary points.
Why did you never say?
Sorry?
Why did you never say?
They must tell you it's either minimum or maximum. Or they will ask you to prove.
Or is it point of calculation?
Sorry?
Point of calculation.
Cannot be. It must be max or min. Don't have point of inflection for problem sum.
You say like different words, right?
Yes.
Why for English is very bad?
Okay, so this one I bring over to the other side. The positive become negative. The negative become positive. Okay, so let's try to cross multiply. No.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm finishing.
So I got U8.
So I thought you all haven't stepped down.
No, they started on Friday.
Yeah. You all just try everything on.
I could discuss about how to improve the school.
So, I actually got it. Yeah, I actually got it.
Okay, the duty one can go.
I like to
You
remove,
don't have.
like to remove differentiation from the So this one, what? All of a sudden, MOE says AMAT is no longer needed.
Miss Wang, can you zoom in that the bottom part?
Miss Wang can start taking more email classes.
Miss Wang, do we see a
This one is your coffee or stress reliever.
Miss Wang, why do you like coffee?
This one, you like tea or coffee?
Miss Wang, what's
This one, what's your favorite food? This one, why do you drink coffee? This one, why do you
Older generation seems to like coffee.
Miss Wang, I will become the coffee and drink coffee.
I like
This one, what's your
coffee. I like
favorite
coffee.
coffee?
You notice that I stopped, right? No. Okay,
Give me another 4 minutes.
I just want to 11:05, right? I haven't.
Give me another.
You just quickly, I want to show you. No. You every time also break. What rubbish?
Right, 5 times.
No. Ready or not? Done?
1 minute break every 1 minute.
Where's the half the
Okay, this part, what do you think the question is asking?
Why is undefined?
That means dx, dy dx equals 0.
No, don't think too much.
Undefined.
No.
When will that fraction be undefined?
Y equals to
When the denominator.
When the denominator is equals to 0. So you make this equals to 0. So you all must think like that.
When divided by 0, only give us.
So that means x cannot be 1/3 because when x is 1/3, denominator becomes 0 and then y will be undefined. So this is the value of x that y cannot take, otherwise it will become undefined.
I thought anything divided by 0 is 0.
No, not like that.
No, 0 divided by
It's
something.
undefined.
I
Okay, so you see this word, they say, can you determine whether y is an increasing or decreasing function for all values of x except the value stated in A? Why they say that is because we don't want that value to happen. So usually we just say for all real values of x, right? But we will add in this statement. For all real values of x, but x not equals to 1/3. This is the except the value stated in A. Because otherwise the function already not defined. Why you talk about increasing or decreasing? So this is just a statement we write at the start. Okay, you go.
Yay.
Okay, what other examples that this is the one that they ask you to determine whether it's a maximum or a minimum. So what do you think you can do?
First derivative test.
You can do first derivative test, or you can differentiate one more time, sub in the value of x. If it's greater than 0, it's minimum. If it's less than 0, it's maximum. Can or cannot? Can So I think about there already. Why no turning point? We already mentioned, right? Something square is always positive. It's always greater than 0. If you divide a negative number by a positive one, what happens?
Negative.
It becomes negative. So since dy dx is always less than 0, it can never be equals to 0, so no turning point. So this kind is a standard question that they like to ask. So it's good that you run through the PMP, then you can have a good understanding of the whole chapter. Can Okay, go for your recess. Go. Oh, it's very full. Why?
We should see.
Really?
See the title.
Okay, I will. Okay, I have a closed cylinder that is constructed of thin sheets of metal whose area is 546 pi. So when they say this, they are telling you the total surface area of the cylinder. Okay, is 546 pi. So meaning you add the circles and you add the curved surface area, it should sum up to 546 pi. Why do I hear cheaper? You say you want to catch up already, right? So can you find your focus fast? Okay, the cylinder has a radius x and a height h. So in order to find total surface area, I add the two circles, 2 pi r square, and then the 2 pi r h. Okay, so I'm totaling up everything. This is for the curved surface area. This is for the top and the bottom. Why top and bottom? Because it's a closed cylinder, so you have a top and a bottom. So this is equals to 546 pi, which you can simplify all the pi throughout. So you end off with 2x squared. 2xh is 546. So this is the first equation that you have. And they say, oh, can you then find the volume of the cylinder? So volume we know by now is pi r square h. So in this case is pi x square h. So there is something that you need to eliminate here to get here. What is it?
Why x squared?
Because my radius is x, so I sub in. Total surface area. The two circle and the curved surface area, which is 2 pi r times h. Okay, so I need to manipulate this until I can eliminate the h. So I keep the xh here, shift everything over, and then to get h, I divide by 2x throughout. So somehow my 2 can cancel off. So 273. This is just 1. So my equation looks like this. Okay, I think so, right? 546 divided by, yeah, correct. Okay, so once you are done, you plug in here. So pi x square, and then you multiply by this. So one of it cancels out. So the equation should be what they want you to show, which is this. Then you write shown. So as long as you remember the process of finding total surface area, curved surface area, volume, then all these should be quite standard methods. Okay, so this is the 2 circle. This is that piece. Okay, what about part B? They say find the value of x where V is a stationary point. So what do you think you need to do? dy dx, but in this case is dv dx equals to 0. So I go and differentiate this, but before I differentiate, I want to simplify first so that it's easier to differentiate. So 273 pi x and pi x cubed. Okay, so once is this form, is easy to differentiate. So now I differentiate, bring down 273 pi, bring down minus 3 pi x squared equals to 0. So I just try to solve it. So the 3 can cancel out nicely to be 91. Is it 91 or 81? 91 or? So it's not a nice answer lah. 3, yeah, 91. Okay, so x is just plus minus square root 91. But because x is radius, right, we will reject the negative one. This one reject. Yes, so this one, what is the value? 3939. Okay, so that's the x that they want me to find. And then they say, can you then evaluate what is the stationary value of V? So this is the V value that will make this stationary. So they say, can you then find the corresponding V value? So just sub in only. Part C, we just sub in x as square root 91. So you can just put it in. Or just put into the formula lah. Pi square root 91. 273 minus square root 91 squared. Okay, what do you get? Press calculator. What you get? Is there an answer there? There is, right? 5450. So 3SF answer. But now they say, can you then determine is this maximum or minimum? So what do you do? What do you do?
Huh?
You want to determine whether this is a maximum or minimum value. They never tell you. They only say it's stationary. So what should you do? You can do first derivative test or you can do second derivative test. So you see which one is better. But if you do second derivative test, you get d square v dx square That means you differentiate this one more time. So if you differentiate this one more time, this is nothing, right? It's gone. Bring this power down, minus 6 pi x. So you sub in the x value that you found, which is this one, 9.53939. Then you realize you will get a negative value. Okay, sub in this as 9.53939. You will end up as a negative value, and you can conclude it is a negative means what? Set, right? So maximum point, maximum value of V. So it's a maximum value. So this is actually the maximum volume of the container that you can get. Okay, based on the dimension. So this is a bit opposite to what we have learned just now. They usually tell you maximum, minimum, you dy dx equals to 0, done. But this one, they don't tell you, you are supposed to prove it. So it's a little bit different from your usual question, but still doable. Yeah.
Can you write down all the formulas?
For?
Like cylinders, sphere, like
I thought I printed for y'all before.
so like now.
Like one summary.
We lost it.
Cylinder.
I only have my file, I lost one of the sheets. I'm telling you that I can't find it at home somehow.
What did you do?
Eh, 1/3 don't have its
I don't
cone.
know, I don't know.
So this is volume of cylinder. Total surface area if it's closed. Then is your 2 pi r square plus 2 pi r h. This is cylinder. Sphere. So volume is 4/3 pi r cube. Total surface area or curved surface area is 4 pi r square. We also have cone. So this is volume, is 1/3 of your cylinder. Then the total surface area is pi rl, which is the slant height, plus the base pi r square. So what else we have? We have pyramid. Okay, pyramid is everything triangles at the side. So the base can be any other shape, any other polygon, but this is just one sample. You just 1/3 times the base area times height. Okay, then total surface area is just the square at the base plus the 4 triangles at the side. Okay, so I can't tell you the dimension for now because it's a variable. Okay, what other shapes we have after prism? Okay, any type of prism you have, let's say the typical one, a triangular one. As long as you have uniform cross-section area. Okay, volume is always base area, which is this one, times the height, the distance between the 2 parallel sides. Okay, total surface area is the 2 triangle plus perimeter of the triangle times height. That means you just go and find the perimeter of one of the triangle, then you times height. So this one can change. If I change this to a trapezoidal prism, okay, the formula is still the same. It's still base area times the height. Okay, formula will be the 2 trapezium plus the perimeter of the trapezium times height. So it's always the same. Depend on what is the base shape that you have. What others do we have? Oh, trapezium formula. Area of trapezium, half times sum of parallel lines times the perpendicular height. If it's parallelogram, then it's base area times height. Okay, I think more or less. So prism will change accordingly. This is prism, sphere, pyramid, cone, and cylinder. Okay, I do one last one, 13. Then the rest, I leave it to you to go and try it. But it's always setting up an equation, replace until you have one variable, then you differentiate, then you solve. Standard steps. Okay, what is different from A math to E math is A math, there's a standard method. Always like one format only. But E math is open-ended. So actually, E math is tougher. Okay, the few different shapes. The typical ones lah. Of course, there are other types, but make sure you remember most of it. This one is for this one. Okay, all the 3D shapes. This one is 2D. 2-dimension one. Okay, these are the 3-dimension one.
Which one? You take art.
Last time I had to choose between art or A math. So my sister chose A math for me.
You also choose.
For me. I like art. But my math is okay. Last time is like that. We have to choose between art and A math. The subject combination is such.
What do you want to take?
I like both.
No, which one would you want to take? Your sister didn't force you.
She didn't force me. She just think this is better for me.
Okay,
Which is true lah.
What was your like?
I did well in both. So for me is I want to do both. But they don't allow.
Yeah, what you wanted?
I wanted both. I just couldn't make a decision. So my sister said A math. Then I go lor.
Okay, what was your mindset? Which one would you want to do? Art or
She's okay with both.
I say I want both.
I know, like, but
To me, I equally want both. Then my sister say, then just take A math. Then I said okay.
Which one what would you choose?
That's her choice.
Then A math lah. That's why I chose A math because
No, she just
I just needed the extra push.
If you didn't take A math, will you be a teacher?
I may not be right. I don't know.
And then we wouldn't have to suffer.
Hey,
No, then we get
how is doing math suffering? Why are y'all saying that you suffer? Last time to me it's like, wow, if I got 3 or 4 math, I'll be very happy. Roxuan always doze off one.
No, she did power nap this one. No, I'm having food coma. The my house very yummy. Power nap. No, it's Saturday.
Okay, next one. 13. Done already?
Oh yeah!
What?
Oh, also on Saturday we went for a talk.
To?
Me,
Where?
like Indian musical talk.
Okay, then what did they say?
Then they say if you take a power nap, it's better lah. Then you can focus on that. So I'll just nap now.
So the frequency of the power nap is also another thing, you know?
Yeah, okay, I'll
1 minute you study, then you power nap 5 minutes.
5 hours.
She said you can take power nap when you're studying.
Yeah, how about this? 30 minutes study, power nap 2 hours. 20 minutes.
That's not called power nap. That's really like sleeping.
5 minutes study.
You also want to laugh, right? Because it's nonsense, right?
No, that's why.
Done.
Ah!
Actually, all this you all should have a book with all the formula inside, huh? You all never.
Look, make us a book. Wait,
Got
I didn't
deleted?
copy a book. I love
The other iPad is like, you know, shut down because my iPad was first to get
Then maybe you want to print out.
Nah.
You
I
deleted
didn't
already.
copy this for 50 cents.
Oh, finally one file. Okay, the rest by Friday, which is tomorrow, your file.
Missing some notes.
If you, I see you all right tomorrow. Yeah, I think so. If I don't see you, put in my locker.
But
Yes.
If I bring my file, my bag is going to be heavy.
It's okay. You don't put in your bag, lah. You hold in your hand.
But if I hold my
I
hand,
miss so many
Just
notes.
bring. You just have to know what is the method, the fixed method. Then you plug in
I
only.
don't know the method, that's the thing.
So you must try to remember the method, like this kind of question, what to do. Okay, get it out today. Okay, last example, then I move on to E-math already. Shh.
Yeah, 1 period.
Oh, that's when I'll dump all my files.
So it's file check tomorrow, that 1 period.
Yeah, my one gonna be 1 kg.
Okay, this one, only 1 kg.
I never do all my assignment, Joe.
But just
That's why
put
I
in,
find
just
your
put
file.
in first. I need to see what are all the
My
things.
family. The
But
note-
still
notes
put
I-
in.
You sure?
Yeah, still put in.
This one then.
What? Can. Okay, I have a factory manufacturing paper cup in the shape of a cone. Radius R, depth is H, slant height 12.
One that Joe. Empty.
Can, just put in. At least I know what are all the things you all have. Find the volume of the cup. So volume is easy, right? It's just 1/3 pi r square times H. But they gave it in this way. So that means they want you to eliminate the R in certain ways. So what do you think you can do here? How can you eliminate the R here? How do you get here to here? So how substitute what?
R equals
I need one more equation that I can form so that I can sub it in. Pythagoras theorem, yes. So this one,
Why?
hypotenuse square is equals to the sum of squares of the other two sides. So actually R square, I can change it to 144 minus H square. So all I need to do is to put it in. Okay, then you should be able to see that this thing is exactly what they want you to show. Which, how you find? Then you sub in? Can, also can. Okay, so eventually you get here. This is exactly what they want after you expand. Then you write shown. Okay, second step, they say, can you find the exact value of H for which V is stationary? So when they say this, what do you have? Yes, dV dH equals to 0. So let's go and differentiate this thing that you see here. Thank you. Tomorrow I will see the black one, right?
No, I'm also submitting a black one.
Okay, good. So this one, I differentiate dV dH. I bring, okay, maybe is that me? Me. Yeah. Don't want. I don't like to hear my own voice. No.
This one, if you don't,
That's why on the video is a different voice. Okay, never mind. So find the stationary value of V. So using this, I can find what is my V value. I sub in X, not X, this is H, right? H as 4√3. So my V is this equation. I just have to plug it in only. Cube. Okay, so the rest is you just go and press calculator. They never say must be exact, but oh, it happens to be very nice, is it? How come they can get such a nice value? It's a 3 6 fig answer, is it? I would think so. Got pi, how can get exact answer? So 3 6 fig. Once you do that, they say, can you then tell me whether this is maximum or minimum? So what should we do? How to determine max or min? You go and dy dx equals 0? No. How do I determine whether it's max or min? What test? First derivative or second derivative. This one very easy to differentiate, so I usually recommend differentiate one more time. So let's differentiate this one more time. The constant term is gone because this is power 0. Bring down, whole thing gone. Just bring down the 2. So it's minus 2 pi h. This is my second derivative. I sub in my x as 4 pi 3. I will get a negative answer. So in this case, it's a maximum value. Okay? So I hope you see after the many questions that we have gone through, it is more or less quite a fixed pattern of solving. They will ask you to set up an equation, or they give you one equation. Then they will ask you to form another relationship to sub in. Then it's differentiating one time equals to 0. Then it's differentiating second time to prove maximum minimum. Standard steps.